l'imparfait. So we saw previously le passé composé, so this past tense that we use quite often, and this is the second one, so l'imparfait. And in this video we'll see together the first part, l'utilisation, so when do we use l'imparfait, okay, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we build, how do we construct this imparfait form, okay, so, but then let's focus now on l'utilisation, so when do we use l'imparfait, and then the first situation when we will use l'imparfait will be if you want to describe something in the past, une description dans le passé. Okay, so if you want to describe something in the past, like in this example here, la pièce, the room, était, so that's the verb here. The verb is to be, okay, and it's the imparfait form, était, grande, big, et sombre, dark. Okay, so in that case, you want to describe the room, then you should use l'imparfait. Second situation, une habitude dans le passé. So a habit, something that you are used to do in the past, okay, and the example is je partais, partir is to leave, okay, and it's the imparfait form here, le matin, the morning, à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case you want to say that it's an habit, something that you do in the past, then you should use l'imparfait, okay. Other situation when you will need to use l'imparfait, une répétition dans le passé. Okay, so répétition, you understand, something that repeats itself dans le passé. The example here, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. Okay, so aller is to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant. All right, so something that you do and that repeats itself in the past. And then, if you want to say something that lasts, durer is to last, in the past, dans le passé, then, in that case, this sentence is quite interesting because I wanted to make the difference between the use of the imparfait here, okay, and then here you've got the passé composé form, all right? So, je regardais la télé, so la télévision. All right, so in that case, you tend to use, of course, l'imparfait because it lasts a while when you watch TV, so if it's a movie or something like that. When tu as appelé, okay, so appeler is to call on the phone, for instance, okay. So in that case, you want to make the difference between something that happens and it's an action, so tu as appelé, okay, and then here you use l'imparfait, well, because it lasts longer. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand tu as appelé. All right, and then we've got another structure. So if you want to insist on the fact that something lasts and then something continues, then we've got this structure. Être, so it's to be, être en train de, okay, and then you will put l'infinitive form after that, so the basic form. All right, so an example here as well. So I wanted to make the difference as well with, between the passé composé form here. Je n'ai pas répondu. Répondre is to answer, okay. Car, because, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs, okay. So faire mes devoirs, to do my homework. Okay, and then in that case you use this structure j'étais en train de because you want to say that, well, it lasts, okay, it's quite long, it's not something that will take 1 minute or 2 minutes, but it's longer than that. Okay, so that's the reason why we use this j'étais en train de faire, so était en train de, as we saw here. Okay, so you will have to use this verb être, okay, but then at the imparfait form, of course. Okay, so, and then one thing that you should keep in mind is that être, so to be, croire, to believe, penser, to think, savoir, to know, are often, and it's quite important, souvent, often, so it's not always, okay, because it's not possible to say always, especially if you're talking about French grammar, okay, but often you use them at l'imparfait form, okay. Now let's see how to construct this imparfait, okay. So I've been taking some verbs from the first group and then the second and the third group. Okay, if you remember, we've got 3 groups of verbs in French. So the first one, regarder, so is to watch. Okay, and then I've been putting this nous form at the present for a good reason. You will see why a bit later. So you should know the present form of regarder, and it goes like nous regardons, so that's the present form, nous regardons. Okay. For the second group, I've been taking finir, finir to finish, to end. Okay, same thing. You will put this nous form at the present. Nous finissons. Okay. And then for the third group of verbs, I took prendre. Prendre is to take. Okay, and it goes like nous prenons. All right, so nous regardons, nous finissons, nous prenons. So the reason why I wanted you to see the nous form is just because that's the form we will use to construct the imparfait. Okay, so the thing will be to take away the ending of nous, and the ending of nous, it's ons. Like you saw here, here, and here. So the idea is that this ending, you will take it away. Okay? Then, that's the thing we will keep. Regarde like that, without the ending for nous. Finisse, without the ending for nous. And then prenne, without the ending. Okay? And after that, you will add the endings for l'imparfait. And they will be like for je, AIS, for tu, AIS, for il or elle, AIT, for nous, IONS, for vous, IEZ, and for il, elle at the plural, AIENT. All right. So now, if you or if we talk about the pronunciation, the good thing is that this will be pronounced e. This will be pronounced e, obviously, because you write it the same way. This will be pronounced e as well. So final s and final t are not pronounced, and this is pronounced the same way. And the good news is that this form, A-I-E-N-T, is pronounced E as well. Okay, so we've got E here, E, and then E. Okay, so that's quite easy to produce. I mean, it's not normally, it's not a big difficulty for the students to make this E sound. Okay, and then for nous, it will be, so if you remember correctly, so final S is not pronounced here. Okay, and then this O-N, so it's a nasal and it goes in your nose and it goes like on. All right, so you don't hear any N, so it's really on. Okay, when you add this I before, okay, you will get the y sound. So you get yon, yon, that's the full form. Okay, yon, and then ye here. Okay, so e, yon, ye, e. All right? So now, je regarde, and then e. So that's the full form that you will have, and then you will pronounce it, je regardais. All right? So if we have the example for finir, it was finisse. Remember this form that we got from the nous form of the present. Okay, so finisse, and then you add et. Je finissais. All right, and then the last verb we had was prendre, if I remember correctly. Yes, and it was prenne. Okay, the form that we got when we took away this ons ending from the present. Okay, so prenne, and then you add your ending et. Je prenais. Okay, so let's see how it goes for all the forms. So je regardais, so it's regarder, to watch. Tu regardais. Il regardait, elle regardait. Nous regardions, vous regardiez. Il regardait, elle regardait. Okay, so remember, regardait, 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 and then as well, regardait. And after that, you've got this ion, as I said, regardions, and then ier, regardiez. All right, let's see finir now. Je finissais, tu finissais, il finissait, elle finissait, nous finissions, vous finissiez, il finissait, elle finissait. Okay, so same thing here. Have a look. Finissait, 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 same form. And then finissait here, same form. I mean phonetically, okay? And then ion, finissions, and then finissiez. All right? And the last verb we had with to take, prendre. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, elle prenait, nous prenions, vous preniez, il prenait, elle prenait. Okay? So remember that in that case you will have to really pronounce the like a prenait. All right? So same thing here, final S not pronounced. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, final T not pronounced, so the same form, okay? And then plural, as I said, prenait as well, okay? And here, prenions, preniez. Okay? And then of course, avoir and être can be in some cases quite tricky. So that's the reason why we'll take a few minutes to watch or to have a look at them. The first one, avoir, and well, it's not that tricky at all because it goes like that. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. So it is quite easy. Honestly, it is quite easy. Just try to remember, especially if you want to use it only orally, then it's quite easy because it's avait, and avait, remember, okay? So, j'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Nous avions, let's make this beautiful liaison here. Nous avions, okay? Vous aviez, same thing here, a little liaison. Ils avaient. Elles avaient, okay? And then let's have a look at être. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay? Same thing, not that difficult at all, and especially if you want to pronounce it, it's not really difficult. J'étais, okay? Remember, here we've got accent aigu, so it goes like et, all right? J'étais. Okay, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, little liaison here to make it more beautiful, nous étions, okay, final S not pronounced, remember, vous étiez, same thing here, little liaison, and then ils étaient, liaison as well, elles étaient. Bonjour à tous, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll work together on le passé composé et l'imparfait. So, I just introduced this imparfait form in the previous lesson, and we saw the passé composé, well, a long time ago in a way, though still, the thing is that normally with students, when they've got these two forms, so after having introduced this imparfait form, it's usually quite tricky and difficult to know exactly when to use le passé composé and l'imparfait. Okay, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to just spend a few minutes with this video and just try to work a little bit on that and see if things and uses are okay with you. Okay, so let's start now. So in this video, first I will focus on l'imparfait, so when should we use l'imparfait, and then after that le passé composé. Okay, so the first thing that will refresh will be l'imparfait, okay? So l'imparfait, remember that you will use it when you want to describe something in the past, okay? So the example I took, la pièce était grande et sombre, okay? La pièce, the room, grande, big, sombre, dark, okay? So in that case, you use être, to be, All right, and then you use it at the imparfait form to make this description. Okay, the second use will be something that you have. So une habitude, it's an habit or something that you are used to do. Okay, so une habitude dans le passé. So the example, je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case, you want to insist on the fact that it's something that you tend to do every morning. Maybe je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so not so far from this habit concept is something that will repeat or that did repeat itself in the past. Okay, une répétition dans le passé. So if you want to express or to well, say something that repeats itself in the past, then in that case you should use l'imparfait. The example, nous allions, okay, so aller, to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant, okay, so in that case, you should definitely use the imparfait form, okay, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. All right. Another use would be une situation qui dure dans le passé. Durer is to last, okay, so in that case, I did write this sentence with the two forms. So here you've got the imparfait form, and here you've got the passé composé form. Okay, and then we tend to use both here just to make, well, clearly the difference of use of them. So the first one, je regardais, regarder is to watch, la télé. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand, when, tu as appelé. Appeler is to call, okay, on the phone. Quand tu as appelé. All right, so we want here, with this sentence, here to use the imparfait form because it lasts in the past. Okay, so when you watch TV, maybe it won't last 1 minute or two, but a bit longer than that. Okay, and then tu as appelé, well, it's an action, something that doesn't take too long if you compare it to the previous verb here. Je regardais la télé. Okay, so that's the reason why here, je regardais la télé will be used at the imparfait form because it lasts longer than the other one. Okay, tu as appelé. All right, and then another structure that we can use as well if we want to insist on the fact that something lasts and something continue. Okay, pour insister sur la durée et continuité, then the structure is être en train de, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form here. So infinitive form is the basic form of the verb. Okay, so être, so that's the verb être that you should conjugate at the imparfait form. Okay, and then same thing here. I wanted to make the difference between the two. So here you've got this passé composé. Je n'ai pas répondu. So répondre, to answer. Okay, maybe someone was calling on the phone. Je n'ai pas répondu. Okay. Car, because, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Faire mes devoirs, to do my homework, okay? So, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So, in that case, you use this structure, so être en train de, because you want to insist on the fact that, well, it takes a while to make them, okay? J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs, all right? Now, le passé composé. So le passé composé, well, the first use, of course, of le passé composé, it's une action, an action qui s'est passée, that took place avant le moment présent. So before the present moment, the example that we could have here, je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Okay? And here, well, the first part here, je suis en retard, I am late. It's the present. Okay? And then you want to, well, give the reason why. Parce que, because, j'ai marché, so marcher is to walk, okay? And this is the imparfait form, okay? Trop lentement, too slowly, okay? Je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Then, une action dans le passé qui a des limites temporelles, okay? So it's an action that took place in the past, all right, but then you've got some clear limits when it started or when it ended, okay? And then the example here, dimanche dernier, j'ai dormi toute la journée. Dormir is to sleep, okay? So this is here the passé composé form, toute la journée, all day long, okay? So you've got clearly a limit, toute la journée, you know exactly when it stopped. All right. Une action qui est terminée. Okay. So clearly here, if you want to introduce your birth date, then je suis né. Okay, so it was an action in a way, okay, but still it's finished. So, le 16 juin 1970, okay, je suis né, so that's the reason why here you will use this verb naître, okay, je suis né le 16 juin 1970. Une histoire composée de plusieurs actions, okay, so if you've got several actions, okay, in a story, then normally you should use le passé composé. For instance, hier, yesterday, je suis rentré, I came back home, okay, rentré, je suis rentré, j'ai préparé à manger, etc., etc., okay, so orally you will explain to a friend or to a colleague what you've been doing yesterday, okay, you want to introduce these actions, okay, and in that case, that's the tense that you will use, the passé composé, all right? If you want to speak about an event of the past with, for instance, hier, yesterday, le mois dernier, last month, ce matin, this morning, cet après-midi, this afternoon, dimanche midi, so dimanche is Sunday, okay, midi, noon, jeudi, Thursday, matin, morning, okay, so with these structures, and if you're talking about an event, an action, okay, in that case you definitely should use le passé composé. Okay, so of course these are examples. Okay, we've got so many others that I didn't have the, well, I didn't want to put everything in this page. All right, so if you want to use, and this is quite important, negative form, okay, connected to the present form or the present. For instance, if you want to say that, so je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Patinage is skate, ice skating. Okay, you want to say that you never did ice skating. In that case, well, you should use the passé composé form. Okay, je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Oops, I should put something instead. It's not a virgule, it's point. It should be point. Sorry, it was a little mistake here. Okay, but still, je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Okay, same example here. Il n'a jamais eu de chance. Okay, avoir de la chance, to have luck. Okay, il n'a jamais, never eu de chance. So in that case, you should put that at the passé composé form. Okay, and then, well, same thing. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance. All right, in that case, it's with pas and not never, but it's clearly the same meaning. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance, and in that case, you should definitely use here the passé composé form. Okay. So, of course, avoir and être can be quite tricky, so that's the reason why we'll take a few minutes to see them, and we'll start with avoir, okay? This is the imparfait form. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. And next to it, we'll put the passé composé form. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il a lu, il a eu, sorry, elle a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so let's take 1 minute to see them one more time. J'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais, same thing. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Elle avait. Nous avions, little liaison, final S not pronounced. Nous avions. Vous aviez, same thing here, little liaison between the two. Ils avaient, so remember, even if we've got this A-I-E-N-T, well, we don't pronounce it, or we don't pronounce this E-N-T, so we get avait, okay, phonetically. Ils avaient, okay, and then elles avaient. And now for the passé composé form, so if you remember clearly, we use the verb avoir at the present form, then we put this participe passé form. So it does mean that it will be the same all the time. That's the reason why we see it here, okay? And this is pronounced, so it's an exception because normally you should pronounce it differently, but, so it's an exception. It is pronounced eu, okay? Eu, that's the way you should pronounce it. So, j'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu. Elle a eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. Alright? So, j'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu. Elle a eu. Nous avons eu. Okay? So, here you can see that we make double liaison. Nous avons eu. Okay? Same thing here. Vous avez eu. Ils ont, and then here as well, tu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. Alright? Let's see être now. And it goes like j'étais. So same thing here. We'll start with the imparfait form. Tu étais. Il était. Elle était. Nous étions. Vous étiez. Ils étaient. Elles étaient. And then the passé composé form. J'ai été. Tu as été. Il a été. Elle a été. Nous avons été. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. Elles ont été. Okay, so let's take 1 minute again to pronounce them. J'étais, so final S not pronounced. Tu étais, same form. Il était, elle était, final T not pronounced. Here, little liaison and final S not pronounced. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, liaison as well here, and then remember, this is not pronounced. Elles étaient. Okay, then so same rule as we saw for avoir. So you've got avoir here at the present form, and then you've got this participe passé form, so that will repeat itself every time, and it's pronounced like été, été. All right. So j'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été. So here double liaison, nous avons été. Vous avez été, same thing here, double liaison. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. So same thing here. You get first the liaison z, and then you get the t. Okay? Ils ont été. All right? Ils ont été. Elles ont été. Okay? I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then if you want to send me a little message and check more things, more material, it's here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. La forme passive. So it's quite important. Take the time to relax, and we'll start right now. So I wanted to put an example. Simple sentence. Okay, here we've got Jean mange une pomme. Okay, so Jean, that's the name of the person. Mange, manger, to eat, and it's the present form. Une pomme, an apple. Okay, so if we have a look at this sentence, of course, Jean is the subject of the sentence. Then we've got mange, manger, so it's the verb. Okay, then we'll have une pomme, so that's what we call complément d'objet direct. I know it's a bit scary, so complément just because it will complete the sentence, it will give more information, okay? Then objet direct, so objet, it's not because it's an apple, okay? It could be a person, it's grammatically, it's an object, okay? So, and then direct, just because between your verb and this complément, you don't have any preposition. Okay, so normally we tend to write it like that, COD. Okay, complément d'objet direct. All right, and then if you think about the sentence, normally when you get a sentence like that, so Jean mange une pomme, well, the important thing in this sentence is the subject. Okay, for one good reason, it's just because we start with it, and as it's here in the first place, well, we tend to think that this is the most important thing of the sentence. Okay, so if we would like to put the focus on le complément d'objet direct, so if we would like to have une pomme as the main thing of the sentence, okay, so it would be actually the whole idea of this form passive. Okay, so what could we do? We could first take une pomme, okay, and then of course put it in the first place, because, well, the focus will be on the first word or first thing that will come in the sentence. Then we take Jean, and then of course Jean is not coming right after because the verb should come between the two, so it will be here. Okay, and after that, manger, so the verb mange here should be transformed, and that's the whole thing of the passive form. Okay, you will have to use être, so you will have to conjugate être plus le participe passé of your verb. Okay, in that case it's quite easy because manger belongs to the first group of verbs, so regular verbs, and then when we talk about the participe passé form, it will be manger like that with the accent on the top of the here. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. Une pomme est, so the verb être at the present form, because here we've got a sentence at the present form. Manger, okay, so as I said, you've got this accent aigu, okay, and the important thing here is that because we construct this passive form with être, then we should, at the end of the participe passé, add something if it's feminine or if it's plural. In that case, une pomme, an apple, you can see here that it's feminine, une pomme, so we will add this so the mark of the feminine. Okay, so une pomme est mangée Jean. And obviously something is missing here, okay, and the thing that we will put, or we will add to construct this passif, will be par. Alright, so now we've got this sentence, une pomme est mangée par Jean. And it's the passive form, okay? Forme active, Jean mange une pomme. Forme passive, une pomme est mangée par Jean. Alright? Let's take another example. I did put this la pomme instead of une pomme, but well, technically it's the same. The important thing is that this passive form will be, it will be possible to make it at the present form, or even at the future, at the passé composé, at the imparfait, because the only thing that will change will be être. Okay, so in that case, example for le présent, Jean mange la pomme. You change it and you get la pomme est mangée par Jean. Okay, so that's the one we saw, so it's actually quite easy. But then now, let's see if we've got le futur. So the sentence will go like Jean mangera, okay, so it's this will eat, okay, la pomme. And then, if you want to put this sentence at the passive form, then la pomme sera, so remember, sera, it's the form of être at the future, okay? So that's the only thing that will change. So you definitely should know by heart all the form of être, and obviously avoir, but not avoir for this lesson, but still. So you should know them by heart because you will have to use them. For instance, in this passive form, you must use them. So, la pomme sera mangée par Jean. So the rest doesn't change. That's the only thing that you will have to change. You put this être form, okay, at the correct tense. In that case, it's the futur. And then let's see le passé composé now. Jean a mangé la pomme, okay, and then if you change it and put it at the passive form. So, la pomme a été, remember this a été is the passé composé form of être, okay? Mangé par Jean. The rest doesn't change. Okay, so let's have a look at the conditionnel présent because we saw it already in the previous unit. Jean mangerait la pomme. Okay, would eat. Okay, see, mangerait la pomme. So if you change it, la pomme serait. Okay, and that's the conditionnel présent form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay, then imparfait. Jean mangeait la pomme était mangée par Jean. And the last one, conditionnel passé, because that's the last one we saw. Jean aurait mangé la pomme aurait été, and that's here, aurait été, conditionnel passé form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay, so remember, être, then participe passé, then par. Don't forget this par because it's quite important. La conjugaison à la forme passive. So we saw la forme passive in the previous video lesson, so I definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't do it. And then in this lesson we'll take few examples, or at least two examples, two verbs, and then we'll see how they go. Okay, so remember that we will see in this lesson le présent, le futur, le passé composé, le conditionnel présent, and then l'imparfait. These are the verbs that we already covered in these lessons or in the previous lessons. Okay, so that's the reason why we will try to see how they go at the passive form. All right, so remember that if you want to construct this form passive, then the first thing will be être, and this verb être will be changed, so according to the fact whether it's present, futur, passé composé, etc. And then after that you will put this participe passé form, okay, to get your passive form. All right, so that's it. We'll take two examples. The first one will be admirer, to admire. And then the second one will be choisir, to choose, okay? But then the idea is that as we will change them in or at this form passive, so clearly it will be to be admired and to be chosen, okay? So let's see now, admirer. Présent, so it will be je suis admiré. Tu es admiré, il est admiré, elle est admirée. Nous sommes admirés, vous êtes admirés, ils sont admirés, elles sont admirées. Alright, so as you can see, être will be the only thing that will change here. Alright, well, if we are really honest, then we can say that the participe passé form here is changing as well, because if you can see, if you have a look here, it's here like that written et, and then here you just add this okay? Remember that we add this final because we've got here a feminine subject, and so this final is the mark of the feminine, so singular feminine, okay? But then if you really want to think about that phonetically, you don't pronounce it, so whether it's masculine admirer or feminine admirer, you will pronounce them the same way. But still, if you want to write it correctly, you should add this So same thing here. If we look at this last form here, we've got this S at the end. So S is the mark of the plural. So you should put it at the end. You don't pronounce it, okay? So you get admirer, but still you should put it. And here you've got, well, first the feminine and then the plural S. Phonetically, it is the same, admirer. Okay, so you've got phonetically only one form, and it's admirer. Okay, but then keep in mind that because we constructed with être here, then we should put the feminine here if the subject is feminine, the plural here if the subject is masculine plural here, and then the feminine plural here if the subject is feminine plural. Okay, so it will be the same for all the tenses. Okay, so I won't repeat that after. Okay, and then keep in mind that être, so the verb, will be the only thing that will change in this, these structures. All right, so let's see now le futur. Je serai admiré, tu seras admiré. Il sera admiré, elle sera admirée. Nous serons admirés, vous serez admirés. Ils seront admirés, elles seront admirées. All right? So if we want to make this structure at the passé composé form, so j'ai été admiré. So you can see that here you get j'ai été. All right? So it's the verb être, to be, okay, but at the passé composé form. All right? Tu as été admiré. Il a été admiré. Elle a été admirée. Nous avons été admirés. Vous avez été admirés. Ils ont été admirés. Elles ont été admirées. All right? So if we want to make it at the conditionnel présent form, then we will get je serais admiré. Tu serais admiré. Ils seraient admirés. Elles seraient admirées. Nous serions admirés. Vous seriez admirés. Ils seraient admirés. Elles seraient admirées. Okay, so same thing here. If you look carefully, that's only the verb être that will change. And then imparfait form would be j'étais admiré. Tu étais admiré. Il était admiré. Elle était admirée. Nous étions admirés. Vous étiez admirés. Ils étaient admirés. Elles étaient admirées. All right? So, clearly it's not that difficult. The only thing that you should definitely remember by heart is the verb. It's the verb être at all the forms that we already covered. Okay? And then you will have to use it, well, clearly to make this passive form. All right? So the second verb that I wanted to will introduce was choisir. Okay? So, at the present form, it will go like je suis choisi. Tu es choisi, il est choisi, elle est choisie. Nous sommes choisis, vous êtes choisis, ils sont choisis, elles sont choisies. So same thing here that we had for admirer. So remember that you will have to here, for example, put the at the end for the feminine, okay, because here we've got the feminine singular, so just add okay. You will have this s at the end here for the plural, so masculine plural, and you will have this s feminine plural form. Okay, same rule, you don't pronounce them, so phonetically you will have choisi, 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 and choisi. So the same phonetical form, okay? And it's quite easy to remember. Je serai choisi, tu seras choisi, il sera choisi, elle sera choisie, nous serons choisis, vous serez choisis, ils seront choisis, elles seront choisies. Okay? Let's see the passé composé form. J'ai été choisi, tu as été choisi, il a été choisi, elle a été choisie, nous avons été choisis, vous avez été choisis, ils ont été choisis, elles ont été choisies. Then the conditionnel présent form, je serai choisi, tu serais choisi, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie, nous serions choisis, vous seriez choisis, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie. Okay? And last but not least, imparfait. J'étais choisi, tu étais choisi, il était choisi, elle était choisie, nous étions choisis, vous étiez choisis, ils étaient choisis, elles étaient choisies. La géographie. L'Europe. Okay, so I did put this F just to give you the information that it's feminine, okay, because it doesn't show here with the article. L'Europe. L'Asie. L'Afrique. L'Amérique du Nord. L'Amérique centrale. L'Amérique du Sud. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Europe. Remember this final it's not really present. It only gives you the possibility to pronounce this P, PP at the end, okay? Europe. L'Asie. Same thing here. Final is not pronounced. L'Afrique. Same thing here. Final it's only the k at the end that you will hear. L'Afrique. Okay? Amérique, same thing as Afrique. Amérique. du Nord. Final day not pronounced. L'Amérique du Nord. L'Amérique centrale. Same thing here. Centrale, remember, E-N, nasal, so it goes in your nose. En. Centrale. All right? L'Amérique centrale. L'Amérique du Sud. Here you should pronounce the D. Sud. Okay? L'Amérique du Sud. All right? So one more time. L'Europe, l'Asie, l'Afrique, l'Amérique du Nord, l'Amérique centrale, l'Amérique du Sud. L'Australie, l'Océanie, l'Antarctique, l'Eurasie, l'océan Atlantique, l'océan Pacifique. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Australie, final E not pronounced. L'Océanie, final E not pronounced. Remember, Q-U-E here, it's K. Okay, so tic. L'Antarctique, l'Antarctique. L'Eurasie, final E not pronounced. L'Eurasie. Okay, same thing here for the ic. Okay, l'océan Atlantique. 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 L'océan Pacifique. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. La mer du Nord. La mer de Chine. La mer des Antilles. La mer Méditerranée. Okay, so let's see them. L'océan Indien. So remember here it's nasal and it can be quite tricky. So first you've got this un here and then you've got this yin. Okay, Indien. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. Remember, tic, ic. La mer du Nord. Final day not pronounced. La mer de Chine. Remember, don't insist on the E. Chine. Okay? And then this CH, Chine. All right? La mer des Antilles. So here it's quite interesting because, well, you've got this E and then double L, S. Okay? So final S and E, really you don't pronounce them. So you get this E sound. Antilles. Okay? La mer des Antilles. Little liaison between the two. Des Antilles. La mer des Antilles. La mer Méditerranée. Okay, here final not pronounced, but then you pronounce this E at the end. Méditerranée. Okay, la mer Méditerranée. La mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. La mer Noire. La mer de Bering. Okay, so la mer Rouge. Remember, G and then E, J. Rouge. Okay? La mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. Okay? E and then double consonant here, and it's the same. And N, so it does open the sound here. So it's E. Caspienne. Caspienne. Okay? Then here, la mer Noire. Same thing here that we had previously. Final not pronounced, okay? And then OI, remember, wa, noir, noir. La mer Noire, okay? La mer de Bering. La météo, so I hope it's okay with you. Let's start right now. La météo. Un nuage. Une pluie. Une goutte de pluie. Un éclair. Une brume, un brouillard. All right, so let's see them one more time. Un nuage, une pluie, une goutte de pluie, un éclair. So you can see I make this little liaison between the two. Un éclair, une brume, un brouillard. Final day not pronounced. Une rosée. Un verglas, un ciel clair, Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. Une bruine. So let's see them. Une rosée, final E not pronounced. Un verglas, final S not pronounced. Un verglas. Un ciel clair. Un ciel couvert, final T not pronounced. Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. This can be quite tricky, but take the time to nuageux. Remember, final X here, not pronounced. Nuageux. Okay? Nuageux. Un ciel nuageux. Okay? Une bruine. Une pluie. Une neige. Une averse. Un orage. Un ouragan. Une averse de grêle. Une pluie. Final E not pronounced. Une neige. Une averse. So same thing here. Un neige. Final E not pronounced. You only pronounce this j. Same thing here. Averse. Okay. S is pronounced. The E is not pronounced. Un orage. Same thing here. J. Okay. Not the E. Un ouragan. So liaison here, like we had here as well. Une averse de grêle. All right. So I wanted to put them with the article un ou une to make it more clear, but it's clear that in some cases, well, you will have to use the instead of so le or la. Okay, instead of un ou une, but it was just to make it more clear that I wanted to use only un ou une, and after that you can decide whether you want to use this article or the other one. Les climats, okay, so it will be a short one, vocabulary one, but still it's quite interesting. Let's see that. Les climats. Les climats tropicaux. Les climats tempérés. Les climats polaires. Okay, so les climats tropicaux. So you can see that even if we've got the plural form here, S, we don't pronounce the S, and then we don't pronounce the T either. Les climats tropicaux. Final X not pronounced. Les climats tempérés. Final S not pronounced, but then you should definitely pronounce the accent. Tempéré, okay? Les climats polaires. So same thing here. E and S are not pronounced. Polaire, okay? Les climats continentaux. Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. Les climats subarctiques. Okay, so les climats continentaux, remember, final X not pronounced, and then this AU together, they give you the sound O, okay? Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. So remember here, O-N, on, mon, ta, and then this G-N-E, ny. Montagne. All right? Les climats subarctiques. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll discover together le plus que parfait. So it's quite interesting, not that difficult, and quite useful. So let's see what le plus que parfait is. So first in this video, as usual for the tenses, because it's a past tense, we'll first discover together or see together l'utilisation. So when should we use le plus que parfait? And then how do we make, construct, build this tense? Okay, the first thing, utilisation. When do we use le plus que parfait? Important. If you want to, well, should I? Yeah, I will read that the French way first. Okay, exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. Oh my God, it can be quite tricky. It's not really tricky. Let's say that if you want to resume or if you want to say it fast, le plus que parfait is the past in the past. Okay, so let's see. Now you've got the timeline here. Let's see, first, second, And third thing, the first one could be le présent, so we are here right now, okay? Then this is the past, so if you want to express something that happened in the past, whether you use le passé composé or we saw that's previously l'imparfait, okay? And then you've got here le plus que parfait, okay? So first, if you want to talk about what happened yesterday or then even years ago, you will have to use whether passé composé or imparfait, okay? But then, if you want to make a relation to something that happened previously, you should definitely use this plus que parfait form, okay? So that's the reason why we tend to say that it's the past in the past, all right? So let's have an example. Ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau que tu avais préparé hier. Okay? If we have a look, we've got two verbs in this sentence. This is the first one, j'ai mangé. It is the passé composé form. This is the second one. Tu avais préparé. This is le plus que parfait. Okay? Passé composé, plus que parfait. So what do you want to say here? You want to say, ce matin, this morning, j'ai mangé, manger is to eat, le gâteau, the cake, que, that, tu avais préparé, préparé is to prepare, yesterday, hier. Okay? So you want to say that, ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau. Okay? So it happened in the morning, this morning, and then yesterday, you had prepared this cake. Okay? So that's the reason why in the second part of the sentence, you use le plus que parfait, because this action happened before. All right? So it was the past in the past. Okay? So let's see now how to construct it. And it's not that difficult, because first, if you have a look, so I did put some regular verbs here. First one, je mangeais au restaurant. So this form here is the imparfait. Okay? So why did I put the imparfait? Just for you to have a look at the ending of this verb. This is avoir. Okay? So you can see that they end actually the same way. A-I-S, A-I-S. Okay? And then if you have a look here, you've got manger, manger, so you can notice that this is the participe passé form of the verb manger. Manger is to eat. Okay? So first you've got avoir, then you've got the participe passé. Okay? Maybe it rings a bell for you. Second example, tu regardais la télévision. Okay? Tu avais regardé la télévision. So if you have a look, well, it looks the same. You've got first avoir, then you've got participe passé here, okay? And then, so I took this verb aller. Aller is to go, and remember, when we've got these composed tenses, it's a bit tricky because it doesn't use avoir as most of the verbs, but it uses être, and look, here, it's the same. Il était allé. So it does use être here, and then we've got the participe passé form. All right? So the rule is that if you want to construct this plus que parfait form, then you should use first avoir at the imparfait, then the participe passé, and you will get your plus que parfait form. Okay? In some cases, you will use être at the imparfait form, then the participe passé, and you will get le plus que parfait. Okay? We've been covering already few composed tenses in French, and well, it does follow exactly the same rules. Okay? So that's the reason why it will be quite familiar for you, because the following verbs, aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, sorry, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will use être, as they do for all the other composed tense that we saw, like passé composé, for instance. Okay? And then all the verbes réfléchis, so reflexive verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs will also require être, okay, for the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see one more time the imperfect form of avoir and être as well, but we'll start with avoir just because that's the form, these are the forms that you will have to use when you want to construct this plus que parfait. So it goes like j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, and then for être, j'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so you can see here that we've got this AIS ending and AIT ending. You pronounce them the same way, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait. And then you saw probably that we've got also here A-V-A-I-E-N-T, but then you pronounce it avait. So the same way as we pronounce here, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient. Okay? The only difference is that you will have to make the liaison between the two. Elles avaient, ils avaient. Okay? Same thing here. Était, était, était. And the last one, était. So you pronounce them the same way. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright? So, remember that for these participe passé forms, so the second part that you should have. Okay? When we're talking about verbs, so in French we've got three groups. Okay? The first one is the er verbs, so verbs ending with er. Only one exception, and it's aller, but then the good news is that aller will behave the same way, so it won't be tricky. So remember that when you've got a verb like parler, for instance, here, parler is to talk or to speak, it ends with er, okay? You will take this er away, and you will replace it with accent aigu, parler. Same thing, regarder, to watch, you take this er away, and you put this e here. Aller, even if it doesn't belong to the first group, it will behave the same way, so that's a good news. Aller, er, you take it away, and then you put this e, okay? Second group of verbs, er, unfortunately for you, not all the er verbs, okay? But then these are from the second group. Choisir, to choose. You take this er away, and then you change it, you put I instead. Choisi. Finir, to finish, to end. Er away, same rule, and then you put fini. Unir, er, you take it away, to unite, and then you get uni. Okay? After that, when we talk about the third group, it's quite tricky, and my advice would be to try to learn them by heart like in many languages, but still we have some subgroups, okay? So you've got a list here. So the one that will end with U, for instance, connaître, to know, être will become U, connu, all right? Voir, to see, voir will become U, vu. Partir, well, in that case, they will have this I. Even if it ends with er, it's not from the second group, it's from the third group, okay? So, but then it becomes parti, okay? So quite easy. Rire will become ri, okay? Partir, to leave, and then rire, to laugh. Iter, like écrire, to write. I-R-E will become iter here. Dire, to say. I-R-E will become iter. Okay, remember, you put this T, you don't pronounce it. Écrit, dit. All right, and then the last subgroup here, or I think it's the last, I'm not sure about that anymore. Mettre, E-T-T-R-E will become E-S. Mi, same advice here, don't pronounce the final S like we had here. T is not pronounced, S is not pronounced. Mi, mettre, to put. And then prendre, prendre is to take, okay, E-N-D-R-E, and it will become E-S, pris. All right. An example for parler, so parler will go like that for the plus que parfait. J'avais parlé, tu avais parlé, il avait parlé, elle avait parlé, nous avions parlé, vous aviez parlé, ils avaient parlé, elles avaient parlé. Okay, so if you look carefully, I did put this E in orange just to show you that when you construct, I mean, a normal structure or simple structure like subject, verb, okay, nothing in between, then if you have avoir, you don't put anything at the end. So you don't need to add this E for the feminine or S for the plural. Just keep your participe passé like that. If you constructed with avoir. But, have a look here. Aller, you write it like that, aller. This is the masculine singular form, so basic form. Feminine singular form, you will have to add this E for the feminine. Masculine plural form, you will have to add this S for the plural. And then here, feminine plural form, you will have to add this E, S, so E for the feminine and S for the plural. The good news is that phonetically they go the same way, aller, 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 all right? But if you want to write correctly, remember to put E for the feminine, S for the plural, and obviously ES for the feminine plural. Okay, so let's see aller now. J'étais allé, tu étais allé, il était allé, elle était allée, nous étions allés, vous étiez allés, ils étaient allés, elles étaient allées. All right, so you can hear that here, for instance, I make here a liaison, ils étaient, and then here I make a liaison as well. Ils étaient allés, elles étaient allées. All right, and then remember, aller, 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 and then aller. So the same phonetical form, okay? If you want to construct this plus que parfait, so I took this example with a verbe réfléchi, okay? Je m'étais présenté, tu t'étais présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée, nous nous étions présentés, vous vous étiez présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée. All right, so remember all these reflexive verbs, so les verbes réfléchis will require all the time être, okay? Remember, avoir at the imperfect form, and then participe passé, and you will get a beautiful plus que parfait, and in some cases, être at the imperfect form, plus participe passé, will give you another beautiful plus que parfait. That was it for the plus que parfait. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll work on les pronoms relatifs. So pronouns, one more time, yes, because we've got quite many pronouns in French and we use them quite often, okay, but in that case we're going to work on les pronoms relatifs, and we'll see first qui, then que, after that dont, and finally où, okay? So the first one that we'll work with will be qui, okay? So pronouns, as usual, are these little words that you use to avoid repetition if something was already said, or if you want to, in one sentence, combine two different sentences, Okay, so the first one, qui, normally we use it because it's subject. Okay, so it can be whether for a person or a thing, pour une personne ou une chose. Okay, and then the first examples that we'll see, will be for une personne. Okay, so qui. So if we take this example, the first one, first sentence, nous connaissons un homme. Okay, connaître is to know. Nous connaissons un homme. And then we've got the second sentence, cet homme travaille dans un restaurant. Okay, so it's totally possible to have these two sentences like that. Okay, but then if you look carefully, we repeat cet homme or un homme. Okay, we've got here cet homme, okay, and it's here in the first sentence as well. Let's imagine that we would like to combine these two sentences, make one, and just avoid repeating here un homme or cet homme. In that case, well, we will use this pronom relatif, okay? We will use this qui, just because if you look carefully in the second sentence here, cet homme travaille dans un restaurant, well, cet homme here is subject of the verb. And that's the reason why we'll use qui. Okay? So it could be a person, like in that example, okay, cet homme, but it could be also an object or a thing. Okay? So the sentence you will get will be this one. Nous connaissons un homme qui, and that's where you put your pronom relatif, travaille dans un restaurant. Okay? So it is quite easy to make. It's not that difficult. You just need to remember that it should come well before the verb here, all right? And then we've been choosing this qui just because it is the subject of the verb. All right? So let's see now the same sentence. Nous connaissons un homme. But then here, if you look, cet homme a travaillé dans un restaurant. So here we've got the passé composé form here. You remember, you put avoir first and then you put here your participe passé form. All right? So of course, cet homme, we would like to avoid repeating this one. So we'll get this sentence. Nous connaissons un homme qui a travaillé dans un restaurant. So basically it is quite simple because it doesn't change that much. You only need to use again one more time this pronom relatif qui, okay, before the verb. So keep in mind that even if you've got two forms here, it's only one verb, okay? It's composed. You've got first avoir and then participe présent, participe passé, but still it's only one verb here, so that's the reason why qui should come before, okay? And then we'll see a third example. Nous connaissons un homme. Cet homme va travailler dans un restaurant. Okay? So in that case, what do we have here? We've got a second sentence in which we've got this is going to work. Okay? So va, it's aller. Okay? So that's what we call futur proche. Okay? So this man, cet homme, is going to work, va travailler, all right? So, of course, same thing here. We don't want to repeat cet homme or un homme, okay? So, we will get this. Nous connaissons un homme qui va travailler dans un restaurant, all right? So, just before the verbs here, all right? So, it's quite simple, okay? Let's see now if we replace une chose, a thing, okay, with qui. So, je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge. Okay? Regarder is to watch, une voiture, a car. Je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge. So of course, in that case, we would like to avoid the repetition of une voiture. Okay? And then, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge. All right? So, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge. So exactly the same thing here. You just put this qui, and then you get the verb after that, est rouge. All right? Let's see the same sentence, but then let's put here the passé composé. J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était, imparfait, rouge. Okay? J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était rouge. So same thing here. We don't want to repeat voiture. Then we will get the simple sentence. J'ai regardé une voiture qui était rouge. So just before the verb. Let's put that at the future. So, je vais regarder une voiture. So, I am going to watch une voiture. Okay? Cette voiture sera, so here you've got the real future, what we call futur simple. Okay? So, it's will be, sera rouge. Exactly the same thing. We don't want to repeat une voiture. So, je vais regarder une voiture qui sera rouge. Alright, so it's really simple. You should keep in mind that first thing, well, of course, you get to spot the word you want to replace. And if it is subject, like we have here, then you should put qui. So whether it's a person or an object or a thing, so it will be qui, just because it's the subject of the sentence, okay? And you have to put it here before the verb, okay? Now, we'll have a look at que, okay? So que, you should remember that it will replace what we call complément d'objet direct. So complément, it's because it will complete the sentence. Objet, because it's what we call grammatical object, okay? And then direct, just because we don't use or we won't use any preposition between the verb and this grammatical object. Okay, and then normally we tend to write it shortly, COD. Okay, so if you see this COD written somewhere, it's just because we want to say complément d'objet direct. Okay, and then the same thing will work first with the person, so example with persons, and then choses, things, and then let's start now. So que, c'est l'acteur, tu admires cet acteur. Okay, so in that case, of course, if we look carefully, we would like to avoid repeating acteur, because it's in the first sentence and then it is in the second sentence as well. But if you have a look here, in the second sentence, you've got tu, okay, so it's the subject. Then you've got admire, so it's the verb admirer, to admire, all right? And after that, you've got cet acteur, so the thing we would like to replace. Okay, and then if we look carefully, so what we saw is that cet acteur is, well, first it's a complement, okay, it will complete the subject and the verb. Then it is what we call grammatical object, and if you look carefully between admirer and cet acteur, we don't have anything, so we don't have any preposition, so it does mean that it is direct, okay? In that case, we should use que. All right, so let's look at the sentence now. C'est l'acteur que tu admires. All right, so you first put back your first sentence here, c'est l'acteur. Then you put this pronom relatif que, and then the sentence continues, tu admires, subject, verb. Okay, now let's have a look at the same thing, but at the feminine. C'est l'actrice, tu admires cette actrice. Okay, so exactly the same sentence, but it's the feminine form. C'est l'actrice, tu admires cette actrice. Okay, we don't want to repeat actrice, obviously. Then we get c'est l'actrice que tu admires. All right, so same concept, same structure, no problem. So let's see now with une chose, a thing, okay? C'est la voiture, tu adores cette voiture, okay? And then obviously we don't want to repeat la voiture, okay? Adorer, to adore, tu adores cette voiture. C'est la voiture que tu adores. All right, so same concept, you first put que here, then subject verb, okay? Be careful. And be careful at the passé composé form. Why? Well, look. Normally, when we construct a sentence, we first start with the sujet. Then we've got the verb. Then we've got, so what we saw, complément d'objet direct. Okay? And normally, when we introduce the passé composé form, we say that if we use avoir, normally you don't have to put anything at the end of your participe passé form, so you don't need to mark the feminine form or the plural or the feminine plural. Okay? But then when we've got this special structure with first le pronom relatif COD, so what we just saw, this que, before the verb, the rule will be that you will have to put the feminine or the plural or the feminine plural at the end of your participe passé. So let's have a look first, and it will be quite easy because it is here. Have a look, c'est l'acteur. Tu as admiré cet acteur. So here you've got the passé composé form, okay? But then it's the masculine. So normally it shouldn't be a problem if we look the sentence. C'est l'acteur que tu as admiré. Alright, so we've got this que, pronom relatif, complément d'objet direct. So I told you that if it's before the verb, at the passé composé form, it can be tricky, but in that case it's the masculine form, so it doesn't change anything at the end of your participe passé form here. That's the reason why it doesn't change here. If you look carefully, it's the same form. Okay? But if we take now the feminine form, c'est l'actrice, tu as admiré cette actrice. We want to replace actrice, then we will have c'est l'actrice que, so the structure doesn't change at all, tu as admiré. The only thing that you will have to put is this which is the mark of the feminine, at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay? The good news is that phonetically here you don't pronounce it, okay? But in some cases you will have some participe passé ending with maybe te or something like that, and then if you put the feminine form you will have to pronounce it, okay? So it's really important to remember that with this kind of structure, when you've got this pronom relatif and then the que, complément d'objet direct, at the passé composé form, and you've got the feminine form, you will have to add at the end of your participe passé here. Okay? If we've got the plural, like here, so masculine, but then the plural form, ce sont les acteurs, tu as admiré ces acteurs. Okay, so we just don't want to repeat les acteurs. Ce sont les acteurs que tu as admiré, and then have a look here. We've got the mark of the plural, and it's S at the end. Okay, so same thing as usual in French, you don't pronounce it, okay, but it's really important to remember that you should put at the end of your participe passé here the S. Okay? If we have, like here, the feminine plural form, ce sont les actrices, tu as admiré ces actrices, okay, we don't want to repeat les actrices, then ce sont les actrices que tu as admirées. Okay, so remember here, admirer, well, first you've got this mark of the feminine, then you've got this S at the end, mark of the plural. Okay, phonetically you don't pronounce it, but still remember you got to put it. Okay, a S. So as I said, you know, for this admirer, adorer, all these examples that we've been covering so far, you don't pronounce it. So that's the reason why I wanted to put few sentences in which, well, you'll see that you can see the difference. So the first one, c'est le camion que tu as conduit. Okay, le camion, it's the truck, okay, que tu as conduit. Conduire is to drive, okay, and you get here the passé composé form. Okay, so in that case, of course, we've been using this pronom relatif, que, okay, and its complément d'objet direct, all right. It is before the verb tu as conduit here, so normally it does mean that the rule, well, tells us to put something at the end of the participe passé if it's the feminine or if it's the plural or feminine plural. In that case, we've got le camion, so we don't put anything at the end of conduit. We just leave conduit like that, okay? But if we put, well, the same sentence, but at the plural, in that case, ce sont les camions que tu as conduits, okay? You will have this S, you don't pronounce it, but it will be here. Now, the feminine. So we take la voiture, the car, okay? La voiture, it's feminine. C'est la voiture que tu as conduite. And that's when you hear the difference between conduit, because remember, final T is not pronounced, conduit, here, and then the feminine, conduite. Okay, so here you can listen to this t, t, okay, conduite. All right, c'est la voiture que tu as conduite. Okay, and then the same thing for the plural, so it will be feminine plural because it's les voitures. Ce sont les voitures que tu as conduites. All right, so that's the reason why it's quite important to remember this rule, even if in most of the cases you won't pronounce the difference between your participe passé, whether it's at the masculine, the feminine, or the plural form. But in some cases, like, well, these examples, you can hear the difference between at least here the masculine and the feminine form. Okay? And then the last thing, tricky thing with que is if you put something after and it's not with a vowel. So remember, as usual in French, when we've got this and something after, so a vowel, they don't really get along. So the rule is that you should take away, okay? So it will go like that. So c'est la boisson que il demande. So normally if we respect the rule, you know, we should put this que pronoun, okay? But then, as I showed, they don't really get along as usual, and so que or should disappear. So you get the final structure, c'est la boisson qu'il demande. Now let's have a look at dont, okay? And the important thing with dont is that you will use this dont instead of complément avec préposition de. All right, so the important thing here is that, so it should be un complément, so something that will complete the sentence, so coming after the verb, all right? And then it should be introduced with this préposition de here, all right? So let's have a look. And well, as we did previously, so we'll first start with the personne, and then after that, une chose, a thing. Voici l'homme, tout le monde parle de cet homme. Okay, so voici l'homme, here is the man. Okay, so even if it looks a bit strange to have a short sentence like that, okay, but still it was for the example, so I thought it might be useful. And then tout le monde, everybody, everyone, parle, to talk, de cet homme. Okay, so the important thing here is to spot first, well, of course, we've got the subject here, tout le monde, then we've got the verb, parler, okay? Then if you look carefully between our complement here, cet homme, because that's the thing we don't want to repeat, and the verb, so between them, we've got the preposition de. Okay, and it tells us that if we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay, we will have to use this dont pronom here. And the sentence will go like that. Voici l'homme, so the first one doesn't change. Dont, so you put here your pronom relatif, then tout le monde parle. So you just put back what we've got, subject and verb. Okay, it's not really difficult. Then if we put the same structure but then at the passé composé form, voici l'homme, tout le monde a parlé de cet homme, so same thing, we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay. Voici l'homme, dont, so same position, tout le monde a parlé. Okay, so it doesn't change anything, you just put it, but then, well, the tense is different here because it's passé composé. Okay, so let's see now if we would put the same sentence but then at the futur proche, so near future. Normally I tend to put this structure just because it means that you've got two verbs here, okay, just to see. So l'homme is the thing we don't want to repeat, so voici l'homme dont tout le monde va parler. Okay, so it doesn't change anything. It should be here, and then the sentence continues. Let's see if we want to replace une chose, a thing. Then, je n'aime pas le livre. Nous nous servons de ce livre. Okay, so aimer is to like. In that case, you've got the negative form. Je n'aime pas le livre. Okay, nous nous servons. Okay, so in that case, I wanted to use this se servir. Se servir is to use something, but it's se servir, so it's a reflexive verb. Okay, de ce livre, and then you can see that we've got ce livre. Okay, we've got the verb here, and between the two, we've got the preposition de. So it does tell us that if we don't want to repeat le livre, we will have to use this pronom relatif dont. So the sentence will be je n'aime, sorry, I forgot the pas. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. Alright, so remember, you should put the pas. I forgot to write it, sorry. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. Okay, and then où, okay, the last one for this lesson. Où, well, you've got two options. Whether you will use this où to replace what we call complément de lieu. Lieu is a place, okay, or then you will use it to replace un complément de temps, okay, temps, time. Let's see first if we want to replace complément de lieu. Okay, so je vous présente la ville, je suis né dans cette ville. Okay, so je vous présente, présenter, to present, la ville is the town. Je suis né, I was born, dans cette ville. Okay, so in that case, well, have a look. You've got cette ville and la ville, so probably that's the thing we don't want to repeat. Okay, and then here we get dans, so it's in. Okay, so you know that it's a place. All right, so it's what we could call, or what we call complément de lieu. So it's a place. All right, so if you want to avoid repeating la ville, then you will have to use this ou pronom, and the sentence will go like that. Je vous présente la ville. Okay, so your first sentence doesn't change at all. Ou, so you put your pronom here, and then je suis né. The rest continue. Okay, like that. Okay, and then let's have another situation when we want to replace un complément de temps. Okay, so it's not, it won't be a place, but it will be something with the time. So où, c'est l'année. Okay, année it's year. C'est l'année. Il a fait très froid cette année. Okay, so you can see here, well, you've got this passé composé form. Okay, faire froid when it's cold. Okay, so it was cold, or cette année. And then, well, obviously we don't want to repeat année because it's here and it's here. Okay, and in that case, well, you tend to use cette année just to indicate the time or when it was. Okay, so c'est l'année où il a fait très froid. All right, so quite simple. First part doesn't change. Then you put your pronoun où, then the sentence continues like that. Il a fait très froid. All right? Few other examples for this time concept, because normally, obviously, in many cases, people tend to think that où, it's only for a place, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to give you few examples just to see how to use it. So the first one, for instance, c'est le jour de day, c'est le jour où elle est venue. Okay, venir is to come. C'est le jour où elle est venue. Second example, ils arrivent le jour où tu seras absente. Okay, arriver, to arrive. Sera, so remember, it's the verb être, to be, okay, but it's the future form. Tu seras absente, absente, you won't be here. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir, le moment, the time, où le bébé, the baby, va dormir, is going to sleep. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir. Okay, so I know it was long, but it was quite important. So if you're not really sure about the use, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Les structures avec deux pronoms, and especially when one of them, so one of the pronouns, when you will use two pronouns, and one of them will be en, okay, so it was introduced in a previous video lesson, okay, so we'll work on this lesson, on the pronoun en, okay, and then next lesson will be with le, la, les, the lesson after lui, leur, and the last lesson regarding this topic with two pronouns will be with the pronoun I, okay, so let's see now with en. So me, or then M apostrophe, te, T apostrophe, or then lui, ce, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, and ce, or S apostrophe, will be placed before en. Okay, so that's the rule. En will come after me, or M apostrophe, te, or T apostrophe, lui, ce, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, or ce, or S apostrophe. Okay, so that's the way it will go. So en is coming after. Okay, so we'll see a few examples, and then I thought it might be useful to put, well, the examples at the present form, so le présent, and then passé composé, because if you remember correctly, this passé composé is what we call a composed tense, and then the futur proche, so this near future structure that we've got, and normally you make it with the verb aller, and then your verb at the infinitive, and it's quite interesting because in that case, well, it gives you two verbs, okay, so the question is, how do you put your pronouns when you've got two verbs in your sentence? Okay, so let's see now the présent. Mon ami me donne un conseil. All right, so mon ami, my friend, me donne, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay? So let's say that we would like to replace un conseil in that case, and then we saw in the previous lesson that un conseil could be replaced with en, okay? And so, mon ami me, so it should be before, if you remember what we saw previously, so me should be in the first position, and then en should come right after, and then the verb, all right? But then if you remember, we've got this here, so me, and then en is starting with the vowel as well, so should go away. That's the reason why you will have this M apostrophe, so m'en donne un, all right? Second example, ta femme t'achète une montre. Ta femme, your wife, acheter is to buy, une montre, a watch, okay? And then, of course, we would like to replace une montre in that case. We will use this en pronoun, okay? And you get ta femme. So you've got this te again, but then as it's with the vowel here, en, then needs to go away. T'en achète une, all right? So as we saw for the rule, first we've got te, after that en is coming, and then we've got the verb. Okay, then il nous apporte des fruits. Okay, so remember, apporter is to bring, des fruits, fruits. Okay, in that case, we would like to replace des fruits, and so we will replace it with the pronoun en. Okay, il nous en apporte. All right, so nous first, then your pronoun en, then the verb. Okay, so let's see now with the passé composé. So same sentence, mon ami m'a donné un conseil. All right. Mon ami m'en a donné un. So it will be exactly the same thing, especially if you think that a donné, the thing that you see here, okay, it's only one verb. Okay, so you've got two parts because it's composed, all right? So first you've got avoir, and then you've got this participe, passé form, okay? But it's only one verb, all right? That's the reason why you put first your pronoun here, me, and then you put this second pronoun en before avoir, okay? Because this is the verb here. So you get mon ami m'en a donné un. Let's see now the same sentence that we had previously, but at the passé composé form. Ta femme t'a acheté une montre. Okay, so same thing here. Ta femme, so te should be here, but then, of course, with the vowel, we take away the e. En a acheté une. Ta femme t'en a acheté une. All right, and then, ils nous ont apporté des fruits. All right, same thing. Ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so nous first, then en, and after that you put your verb, so same rule here, it's composed, so you've got two parts, but still it's only one verb here. So let's read it. Ils nous ont, okay, beautiful liaison here, ont apporté, okay, so the full thing goes like, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so let's read it one more time. Mon ami m'en a donné un. Ta femme t'en a acheté une, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, and then the last example we'll see with the futur proche. So in that case, it will be quite interesting because we will have two verbs. Okay, so let's see. Mon ami va me donner un conseil. Okay, so exactly the same idea. We'll replace un conseil by en, and then we see how it goes. Mon ami va. All right, so here you've got this verb aller. All right, so the first verb here, and then you will put your pronouns. So me here, of course, e is going away. Then you've got your pronoun en before the second verb. Okay, donner, to give, that's the second verb here. Infinitive form, as usual in French, when we've got two verbs. So, mon ami va m'en donner un. All right. Ta femme va t'acheter une montre. Exactly the same rule. Ta femme va, so you've got first your verb here, then te, but then e is going away, en, and the second verb, acheter une. All right. Ils vont nous apporter des fruits. Ils vont nous en apporter. Okay, so that's the only thing that you should remember. So when you've got one verb, whether it's simple or composed, then it is before the verb. When you've got two verbs like here, so with these first aller, then your verb, so donner here, remember that your pronouns will come before the second verb. Okay, but then the order will stay the same. Les structures avec deux pronoms, and if we're more precise, if you've got one of these two pronouns, if it is le, la, or les, okay? So we saw in the previous video the same concept, so when you've got two pronouns in the same sentence, but then one of them is en, okay, so if you want to check it, then it is the previous video, and then after that we'll see lui, leur, and we'll work with y, okay, but then in that video we'll work on le, la, ou les, okay, and then the rule is quite simple. If you've got first me, te, nous, vous, they will come first, and after that you will put le, la, and les, okay, that's the rule. If you've got le, la, and then les, it will come all the time after me, te, nous, and vous. Okay, let's see that more precisely. And so we'll work on présent, passé composé, because it's a composed tense, so it's quite interesting to see how you put this pronouns when you've got a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future, so I am going to like in English, so aller plus infinitif, okay? It's interesting because in that case you've got two verbs, so we'll see how you put your pronouns when you've got the structure, a sentence with two verbs, okay? So let's start now with the présent. So, mon père me conseille ce livre. Mon père, my father, conseillait to advise or to recommend, in that case, ce livre, this book. So we want to replace ce livre, we will put le, okay, and as we saw for the rule, so mon père, first me, then le, and after that, the verb, sorry. Mon père me le conseille. Okay, that's it. Quite simple, remember, me first, then le, and then the verb. Second example, tes amis, your friends, donner is to give, les clés, the keys. Okay, tes amis nous donnent les clés. So we want to replace les clés, so we should replace it with the plural form, so it's les, okay, here, les, and then remember, first nous, then les, and after that the verb. Tes amis nous les donnent. Okay? And the final example, je me réserve, okay, so réserver, to reserve, la place de parking, so the parking place, la place de parking. In that case, we don't want to use la place de parking, we want to replace it with a pronoun, so je me la réserve. Okay, remember, first me, then la, and after that your verb. Okay, so it's quite simple, it's not really difficult, remember, in that case, me, nous, me here in the first place, then le, la for the feminine, les for the plural, second place, then the verb. Let's see how it will go with the passé composé form. So passé composé, as you can see it in its name, it's a composed tense, okay, so you've got two parts. First you've got avoir, then you've got here participe passé. Okay, so mon père m'a conseillé ce livre. Same thing, we don't want to use ce livre again, so we put the pronoun. Okay, so in that case, if you look carefully, then mon père me first place, then you should have le here because it's the masculine form, but then you've got here a vowel after, so needs to go away, so you get L apostrophe. Mon père me l'a conseillé. All right? Then, tes amis nous ont donné les clés. So exactly the same sentence that we had previously at the present form, but in that case it's the passé composé form, okay? Tes amis nous les ont donné. Okay, so same rule, first nous, then les, before, and then after that you put the verb here. So you can see that I've been putting in red the ending here just to remind you or let you remember that we've got a rule in French. Normally when we make this passé composé form with avoir like that, and if you've got what we call complément d'objet direct before, you should put at the end of your participe passé form here, feminine if the word is feminine, so s if the word is plural, okay? In that case, we've got les clés. Les clés is feminine plural, so that's the reason why we will add first feminine and then plural here. Okay, so the good news is that you don't pronounce it. So donner, okay, so whether it would be without this final es or with es, you will pronounce it the same way. Tes amis nous les ont donnés. Okay? And then the last one. Je me suis réservé la place de parking. Je, me first, then la, and after that, suis réservé. Okay, so it doesn't really change that much if you think. First me or then nous as we saw, then le or then la and les, and after that you put your verb, even if in that case it's a composed verb, it doesn't change anything, you just put it before. Okay, so let's see now how it will work with futur proche, so structure with two verbs. So, same example, mon père va me conseiller ce livre. And now you can see something interesting. You can see that me and le will be placed before the second verb. Okay, so mon père va, so you put first your verb, me, le, conseiller. All right, so keep in mind that me and le should be before the second verb. Tes amis vont nous donner les clés. Tes amis vont nous les donner. Je vais me réserver la place de parking. Je vais me la réserver. Alright, so the rule goes like that. Me, nous, me. So as here we saw first place, then le, la, les, second place. Alright, and after that, your second verb. Le présent continu. So le présent continu, it's an interesting structure because it's the kind of structure that you can use if you want to insist on the fact that an action or something, a process is continuing at the time when you are speaking or talking, okay? And the way to construct this is to use first this expression, être en train de. So you can see that here we've got the verb, être, to be, okay? And this structure should be, obviously, at the present time, okay? And no, not the present time, sorry, but the present tense, all right? So you should conjugate your verb, être, here at the present, okay? Then you will put the verb that you want to use in your structure. This verb should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? So, and it will give you this présent continu. Okay, so let's see a few examples. First, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Okay, faire is to do, and then mes devoirs, my homework, all right? And then when you use this je suis en train de, okay, so you want to insist on the fact that at the time when you are talking, the process is taking place, okay? And it continues, and that's the whole concept of it. So, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs, all right? Second example that we've got, so same thing here. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Okay, so same thing, regarder or to watch un film, a movie. So the action is taking place, and of course it continues if you use this en train de, okay? But then remember that you've got to put here the verb être at the present form for tu es, okay? So you need to conjugate it. And then, elle est en train de réparer, so to repair, son vélo, her bike. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. All right, so same thing, it's continuing, it's taking place at the time when you are talking. And the last one, il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Préparer, to prepare, le petit déjeuner, breakfast. Okay, so il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so at the time when you are talking, he's doing it right now, and the process is continuing. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. Il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so that's what we call le présent continu. But then if you think about that, well, it would be possible to transpose that at the past as well. Why not? So, let's call it le passé continu. And it's possible because, well, the idea is that you just use the same structure, être en train de, okay? But think about that because we've been covering the past tenses already, and it would be a bit strange to use this passé composé tense, because normally we tend to use this passé composé when we want to express actions, okay? But then, in that case, imparfait would be more appropriate, okay? So if you want to use this passé continu concept, then use être en train de, and you use this imparfait, okay? Then, same idea, you put your verb at the infinitive form, and you will get this passé continu. Okay, so you know what? We'll take exactly the same sentences that we had as examples for the present, but we just put them at the passé. And here we go. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So as you can see, the only thing that will change in this structure is être, okay? Because in that case, you should put it at the imparfait form. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu étais en train de regarder un film. Elle était en train de réparer son vélo. Il était en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. All right, so the only thing that will change here, here, and here, it's the verb être that you should put at the imparfait form. All right, and in the same logic, we could put this structure at the future as well. Why not? So, le futur continue. And in that case, exactly the same structure, so être en train de, but then obviously, so être should be at the future form, okay, so the real one, and then the infinitive form, just to get this futur continue. Okay, same example, same sentences, so je serai en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu seras en train de regarder un film? Elle sera en train de réparer son vélo. Il sera en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so as you can see, the only thing that will change here is the verb être. So it should be at the futur simple form, so the real future. Okay, here, here, and here. Okay, le passé récent. Like the recent past, if you want to translate it directly. So le passé récent is like a false or a fake tense that we've got, because technically it's the present tense, but then if you want to express something that you just did, okay? So we've got a tense for that, and it's quite useful and quite easy to make, because the concept is that first you will use the verb venir and the preposition de. Okay, so venir is to come, venir de. So this should be at the present tense. And then you will put your verb at the infinitive form, okay, and you will get what we call le passé récent. Okay, so it's a technique just to express something that you just did. Okay, so it's not possible to use this passé récent, of course, for last week or the month before. It's not possible. Okay, so it's really something that is somehow connected to the present. So present, something that you just did. Okay, so of course, if you want to make it, you should know the conjugation of venir by heart. If that's not the case, then don't worry. Here it comes. So at the present tense, it's je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see that one more time. Je viens. Final S not pronounced, okay? And when you combine this IEN, you get this yin, yin. Je viens, all right? Tu viens, well, exactly the same thing. Final S not pronounced, and then you get this yin sound, all right? Then il vient, exactly the same sound, because final T here is not pronounced. Elle vient, all right? Nous venons. Okay, so final S not pronounced, and then remember that you pronounce this like a the, venons. Okay, O-N in your nose, on, venons, nous venons. All right, vous venez. Okay, so a Z at the end combine will give you the sound E, and here you've got venez, vous venez. All right, and then ils viennent. So remember, as usual in French, when we talk about conjugation, E-N-T at the end, you don't pronounce it here. And then you've got this here, followed by this double N. So double consonant here, so when they are identical, they will open the sound of this So you will get it and it will be produced like a, okay? So, viennent, viennent, okay? Don't insist on this. Ne, no, viennent, viennent, okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. All right? So remember, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. Nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. So this is the first part that you should use to make this passé récent. Okay? And remember, after that you put this preposition de plus your verb at the infinitive. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay? Discuter, to discuss, avec, with my sister, ma sœur. Je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay? Something that just happened. All right? And then same thing here. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Boire, to drink, un verre, glace, de lait of milk. D'accord? Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Same thing here, it just happened. Elle vient de gagner le match. Gagner is to win, le match, obviously, the match. Elle vient de gagner le match. And the last one, nous venons de déjeuner. Okay? Déjeuner here. When you have your lunch, okay? Nous venons de déjeuner. Alright? So, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Elle vient de gagner le match. Nous venons de déjeuner. Alright? So, keep in mind, venir at the present form, as we see here, and then the preposition, la préposition de, and your verb at the infinitive form. And then you get this passé récent, something that you just did. Okay? Le futur proche. So if you want to translate this futur proche directly, it would be like the near future. So technically, it is one way that we've got to express the future, but then we keep a structure that is conjugated at the present tense. Okay? And so to make it, we'll see it right now. First, we need to use the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And well, this verb aller should be at the present tense. Then you will put your verb. Your verb should be at the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Then you will get this futur proche structure. Okay, so it is like in English, for instance, when you say I am going to something, that it is exactly the same structure. Okay, express something that you want to do or you are going to do. Okay, but still it will be at the present tense. Okay, so the only thing that really you should remember and know by heart is the verb aller at the present tense. If you don't remember it, well, don't worry, it is coming right now. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so this is the verb aller at the present tense. Okay, let's see it one more time. Je vais, final S not pronounced here, and remember when you combine this A and E together, you get the sound E, so really open. Je vais. Tu vas, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il va, elle va. Nous allons, remember, final S not pronounced, O and together, it's on. And then we'll make this little link between the two, what we call the liaison. Nous allons. Okay? Then, vous allez. Remember, a Z at the end here will give you this A sound. Okay? Aller. And then, as previously, this little link between the two, liaison. Vous allez. Right? Then ils vont, final T not pronounced, and then O and together, on vont. Okay? Ils vont, elles vont. Alright, so one more time. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so that's the only thing that really you should modify or conjugate, because after that you will put your verb at the infinitive form. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je vais sortir ce soir. Sortir is to go out, ce soir, this evening. Okay, so I am going to go out. Sounds strange in English. This evening. Okay, in French, well, it's quite possible here. Je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Apporter is to bring. Un gâteau, a cake. Elle va apporter un gâteau. Okay? And after that, nous allons faire du café. Faire is to do, or in that case it could be to prepare. Du café, some coffee. Nous allons faire du café. Okay? Vous allez partir en vacances. Partir is to go. En vacances, on vacation, and here you can see that at the end we've got this point d'interrogation, so it means that it's a question, and if it's a question we should raise the voice a little bit at the end. So let's repeat it. Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit, but still that's the idea. You should raise your voice a little bit at the end just to inform the person that it's a question. Okay, vous allez partir en vacances? Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so you can hear it. First, je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Nous allons faire du café. Vous allez partir en vacances? Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call in French le futur antérieur. So the futur antérieur is a tense. Okay, so I thought it might be useful to introduce it right now because we've been covering quite many tenses so far, and this one is quite useful. So the way we will construct this video is first we'll see l'utilisation, so when do we use this futur antérieur, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct, how do we build this tense. Okay, so the first part will be l'utilisation, when do we use it, and so the main, or well, the only concept of this futur antérieur is that it will be used to express what we call le passé dans le futur, so the past in the future. So I know it might sound a bit strange, but still it does exist in other languages, for instance English. So you will see that if you compare it to English, it's almost the same thing and the same construction. Okay, so let's first see. So if we are here, okay, this is the timeline. So if we are here, normally if we want to express what is happening right now, we will use the present tense, so le présent here, okay? And then if we want to talk about the future, then we'll use this futur simple, for instance, so the tense we've been seeing previously, okay? And if we want to talk about what happened before, so it's still, if you look carefully, it's still the future for us because we are here, it's the present right now, so it's still the future, but you want to really go that way. First the future, then the past. So in a way, it's the past in the future. All right, so if it's not clear so far, let's see one example. At the future form, so if we want to use this faire is to do, je ferai mes devoirs. Mes devoirs, my homework. Okay, so this is the sentence at the future form. Je ferai mes devoirs. Okay, and if we've got the same sentence but at the futur antérieur, so it will be like j'aurais fait mes devoirs. Okay, so if you want to translate it directly, see, I will do my homework, and then here I will have done my homework. So if you feel the difference in English between the two sentences, well, it's exactly the same thing in French. Okay, so strangely, if you say je ferai mes devoirs here, it's the future, okay, but then if you use the same structure at this futur antérieur, I will have done my homework, then you've got the feeling that of course it's the future, but in a way it's done already. Okay, so it's more certain with this sentence, and it's exactly the same use that we will have in French as it is used in English. Okay, so now second part, formation. So let's have a look now. First sentence, so it's the real future. Je mangerai au restaurant. Okay, and then here we've got j'aurais mangé au restaurant. So this second part is the futur antérieur. So if we take the time to look a little bit here, we can see that we've got first avoir, okay, at the future, and here we've got this participe passé form that we saw previously, okay. Second example, if we take the sentence, tu regarderas, regarder is to watch, la télévision, okay. Tu auras regardé la télévision. So this is the same structure at the futur antérieur. What can we see? We can see avoir one more time, and it's at the future tense. And then here we can see that we've got the participe passé form. Okay. So third example, il ira. Ira, so it's coming from aller. Okay. Aller is to go. Au travail, at work. And then here, il sera aller au travail. So we can see that here we've got être, and then we've got the participe passé form here. Okay, so what can we deduct? Here we've got avoir, participe passé, avoir, participe passé, être, participe passé. So the rule is like that in most of the cases. If you want to construct this futur antérieur form, first you will have for most of the verbs avoir, and it should be at the future form, and then the participe passé form, and you will get your futur antérieur. In some cases, you will have to use être at the future form, so le futur, then your participe passé form, and you will get the futur antérieur form. Alright, so if you saw the previous videos that we've been doing for other composed tenses in French, like passé composé, plus que parfait, etc., well, it is exactly the same way to construct it. The only difference is here. Okay, so if you use avoir for one verb at the passé composé form, for instance, you will use avoir as well at the futur antérieur. The only thing that will change is that for this futur antérieur form, it will be here the futur. Okay, and if you use être for some verbs or one verb at the passé composé, it will be exactly the same thing, but keep in mind that here it should be at the futur form. Okay, so remember that for être, we've got aller, aller is to go, arriver, arriver to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. Okay, so keep in mind that all these verbs will require être. Okay? And then when we talk about être, of course, as usual in French, for these composed tenses, all the reflexive verbs like se, something. Okay, so se regarder, for instance, or then s'appeler, or then se présenter. So they will all the time require être. Okay, and we will see in that video that, of course, the way to conjugate them will be a little bit different. Okay, but then, of course, let's see one more time avoir and être at the future form, because that's the first part you will have to use if you want to construct this futur antérieur. And avoir at the future form goes like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, remember, A and O together will produce this O sound. A and E, aurait. Alright? Then tu auras, final S not pronounced, aura. Il aura, elle aura, okay? Nous aurons, final S not pronounced, O and N together, nasal, on, A-U-O, auront, alright? And then if you want to make this beautiful link, the little liaison between the two, it would be perfect. Nous aurons, okay? Here, same thing here, vous aurez, alright? O, and then EZ at the end will give you this E sound, aurait, alright? And then this little link, this little liaison between the two, vous aurez, okay? Then, ils auront, final T not pronounced, O-N together, on, auront, okay? And then the link between the two, ils auront, elles auront, alright? So, j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront, alright? Then now for être. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Alright, so let's see it one more time. Keep in mind that when we've got like that, you really pronounce it so serait, okay? I together, serait. Okay, the first S is quite strong, serait. Alright, then tu seras, final S not pronounced, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, so final S not pronounced, then O-N, on, seront, vous serez, Z together at the end, et serez, alright? Ils seront, final T not pronounced, and then you get this nasal, on, seront, elles seront. Alright, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Alright? So remember that the second part should be what we call this participe passé form. I've been making a big video concerning the participe passé. So if you really want to work on that, it will be more full of examples. Okay. Right now here in this video, I will only cover first here, as we've got the first group, so regular ending with er, and it's quite easy because it will become e. Like that, okay? So, parler, er, will become parler, your participe passé form. Regarder, ending with er here, regarder, accent aigu, okay? And even this aller verb, so it doesn't belong to the first group, because it's quite tricky when you come to conjugate it, but even this one is quite easy for this participe passé form, because it's accent aigu like that, okay? So, all these verbs from the first group will become parler, regarder, aller, so like that for the participe passé form, okay? Verbs from the second group, so er, remember not all the er verbs belong to the second group, so be careful. And so examples like choisir, and it will become choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. Alright, so all these verbs will become like that, choisi, fini, uni. So this is the participe passé form, so the second part that you should put in your futur antérieur. Okay, so let's see now the third group. So it's a tricky group. So as I said, I've been making a video, and you've got more examples, but still, so main subcategories, if you want, in a way. So the one that will end with U, so like here and here. So connaître, connu. Connaître is to know. Voir, to see, vu. Okay, then ending with I. Partir, to leave, parti. Rire, to laugh, ri. Then the one ending with it. Écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dit. Okay, and the one ending with es. Mettre, to put, mis. And then prendre, to take pris. All right? An example now with parler. J'aurais parlé. Tu auras parlé. Il aura parlé. Elle aura parlé. Nous aurons parlé. Vous aurez parlé. Ils auront parlé. Elles auront parlé. All right? So as we saw, first you've got this avoir at the future form. Then you get your participe passé here. Okay? Aura, then participe passé, etc. So I wanted to put this accent aigu like that just to show you that in a normal structure. So when you've got your subject and then your verb, okay, and if you conjugate it with avoir, so it will be exactly the same rule as we had for all the composed tenses in French. You don't need to put anything at the end of your participe passé form if the structure is simple like subject and verb. All right? But if we conjugate it with être, like it is here the case with aller, aller is to go, remember, and it requires être. So what you can see it's that il sera allé here. You've got the masculine and singular form, so you will put this accent aigu like that without anything. But if you've got here the feminine form, elle sera allée, you will have to add this mark of the feminine at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? You don't pronounce it, but still you need to write it. Okay? So remember, a mark of the feminine singular. If you've got the plural, like it's the case here, ils seront allés et s, like that. So you will put this s. You don't pronounce it, but still you need to put it. Okay? Elles seront allées. Here you've got the feminine form and it's the plural. So you've got this a mark of the feminine. Then you've got this s mark of the plural. Same thing here. You don't pronounce it, but you need to write it. Okay? So let's read them. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. All right? So let's see now how it go for the full thing. So, je serai allé. Okay, so I did put this like that just to make it possible to put the feminine. All right? Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. Okay, so one more time. Je serai allé. Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. And now we saw at the beginning of this video that all the reflexive verbs require as well être, okay, but then remember that the conjugation, it is a bit more tricky because you've got to use these me, te, etc. So let's see how they go when you put them at the futur antérieur, okay? So, je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. Okay? So you can see that as we conjugate these verbs with être, well, it will respect exactly the same rules. So we've got to put as the mark of the feminine when needed, S mark of the plural when needed. Here we've got nous, so it's the plural, vous as well. Okay? And then S, like for here, elle, so feminine plural, so and S, for the feminine, S for the plural. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présenté, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. So, keep in mind that if you want to construct this futur antérieur, it should be first avoir at the future form, then your participe passé, and you will get a beautiful futur antérieur. In some cases, être au futur plus participe passé, and then you will get your futur antérieur. I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found at this address, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Les articles à la forme négative, because it can be tricky in some cases, and I have been students who've been asking me, are they transformed, do they stay the same if you put the sentence at the negative form? So that's what we'll see in this lesson. Okay, so we'll see first the indéfini and the partitive. Okay, so les indéfinis et les partitifs. All right, so indéfini, it would be translated as a in English. Okay, and then the partitive, something. All right, and then we will work on les articles définis, so the in English. Okay, so but then first, let's see indéfini et partitif. Okay, so let's see the example for the article indéfini at the masculine form, like un, for instance. And then let's see how it goes. Il a un chien. Okay, un chien, a dog. And here we've got the verb avoir. Okay, il a un chien. So a dog. Okay, so keep in mind that if you want to transform this sentence at the negative form, then il n'a pas de chien. So you can see that un here will become de here. All right, so that's the first thing that you've got to keep in mind if you want to use these articles. So article indéfini, and you want to put the sentence like in that case at the negative form, then un will become de. Okay, so let's see the example for the feminine form now. Une. Il y a, there is, remember, une manifestation, demonstration. Il y a une manifestation. So if we want to put this sentence at the negative form, il n'y a pas de manifestation. So you can see that this article une becomes de at the negative form. All right. So what about the plural now? Des, and then j'achète des lunettes. Je n'achète pas de lunettes. Okay? Des lunettes, glasses. Acheter, to buy. J'achète des lunettes. So you can see that it will be exactly the same rule. So des becomes de. Okay? So what we've got here, un is becoming de, then une is becoming de, and after that you've got des, and it's becoming de as well. Okay? And this is for what we call les articles indéfinis, so in English. Okay, and then let's see now for the les partitifs. Okay, so if you want to introduce this something concept, let's see now. Je bois du café. Boire is to drink, and then when you've got this du café, well, really it's some coffee. You don't specify the quantity, so it's really what we call partitif. Okay, je bois du café. So this is the masculine form here, du. And if you look carefully, negative form, je ne bois pas de café. So you can see that du is becoming de at the negative form. All right. Second example, de la. Okay, so it's for the feminine form. Elle prend. Prendre is to take. De la tarte. Tarte is pie. Some, okay, would be this de la tarte. Negative form, elle ne prend pas de tarte. So you can see that this de la will become de at the negative form. All right? So what can we say if we've got un, une, or then des? So what we saw previously, so this indéfini, article indéfini, or then if we've got du, de l or de la, as we saw previously, so what we call les partitifs, okay? If you want to put, well, them in a sentence and the sentence is at the negative form, then you will not use them, but instead you will use de or the apostrophe if you've got a word with a vowel after or the sound of a vowel. Okay, that's really something quite important, and you should try to remember this rule because it is quite useful, especially because we tend to use quite often. I mean, negative forms. I mean, it's not really rare. Okay, so it is one main rule that you should keep in mind. But of course, in French, we've got exceptions, and the exception is this structure or this form that we've got: c'est, it is, or this is. Okay, so when we use this c'est, we'll see a few examples now. Here, c'est un champion. Okay, un champion, a champion. So c'est, this is, it is, un champion. Okay, and if you want to, well, put the same sentence at the negative form, well, look, ce n'est pas un champion. So you will keep your article as you had previously here, un. It doesn't change. Feminine form, c'est une amie. Okay, negative form, ce n'est pas une amie. Feminine, it's exactly the same rule, so une will stay here. You don't modify it. And for the plural, ce sont des produits naturels. Okay, produits, products, naturels, natural. Ce ne sont pas des produits naturels. All right, so what can we say about that? Oh, sorry, we've got the partitive as well. So, du, so same thing, c'est du chocolat noir, okay? Chocolate, and then noir, it's black, so dark if you want. C'est du chocolat noir, okay? Négation, ce n'est pas du chocolat noir, okay? So here we've got the partitive and it's still the same here, du and du, okay? So partitif féminin, c'est de la vanille. Ce n'est pas de la vanille. So, de la is here, and it's still here for the negative form, okay? Vanille, vanilla. All right? So now we can have the rule. So when we've got un, une, and then des, so what we saw, les articles indéfinis, or then if we've got du, de le, or de la, okay? So in that case, it's the partitive. Remember that if you use them with c'est at the negative form, they will stay exactly the same. Okay, so that's the main rule that you've got to keep in mind with these articles. So indéfini or then with the partitive. If you use them in normal structures, then they will change and they will become de or the apostrophe as we saw previously. But if you use these articles or then the partitive with c'est, in that case, they don't change when you put them at the negative form. Okay, so now we'll see the definite, so les articles définis, okay? And so we've got for the masculine le, okay, so it's the equivalent as at the in English, but then we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. So le, have a look at this. Je prends le train, okay? Prendre is to take, le train, the train, okay? Je ne prends pas le train, okay? So the article doesn't change at all. You just put it back, even if it's the negative form. It doesn't change, okay? So feminine, elle aime la musique. Aimer is to like or to love, okay? Elle aime la musique, the music. Elle n'aime pas la musique. It doesn't change at all. Les, plural form, nous détestons les olives noires, okay? Détester, to hate, okay? Olives, and then noir, black. Nous détestons les olives noires. Negative form, nous ne détestons pas les olives noires. Okay, in that case, it doesn't change. So you can see le doesn't change, la doesn't change, and les doesn't change either. All right, so the rule is quite simple. If you've got in your structures le, la, or les, and you want to have this structure at the negative form, then they will stay exactly the same. They won't change. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover together 108 adjectives. Okay, so the list will be long, but still they are quite useful, so get ready. We're starting right now. Fâché. Okay, so remember that here, even if you've got this accent circumflex on the top of A, well, technically it doesn't really change the pronunciation. Fâché. Fâcheux. So final X not pronounced, and then you get your combination of E, U, E. Fâcheux. Endormi. Remember, E-N, en. Endormi. Attractif. Réveillé. Okay, I-double-L-Y. Réveillé. Horrible. Okay, first letter is H, but then we don't pronounce H, so you don't pronounce it. And the first thing you hear is O. Horrible. Meilleur. Okay, same thing here. I-double-L-Y. Meilleur. Mieux. Final X not pronounced. Grand. Final D not pronounced. Ennuyé. Okay, so first en, then nuit, then yé. Ennuyé. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then the same concept. Ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Courageux. Final X not pronounced, and then you've got this U, E, and G plus E. After that it's je, so je, okay? Courageux. Courageux. Génial. Calme. So don't insist on the final E. Calme. Joyeux. Final X not pronounced, and then joyeux. Okay? Joyeux. Joyeux. Nuageux. Final X not pronounced, and then G-E-U, je. Nuageux. Correct. Dangereux. Okay, so final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this here. Dangereux. 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 Décider. Malhonnête. Okay, remember H doesn't exist, so malhonnête. Don't insist on the final E. Malhonnête. And here you get E accent circonflexe, so you pronounce it like E. Malhonnête. Désorganisé. Affreux. Final X not pronounced. And then you get this freux. Freux. Affreux. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced. And then ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Facile. Excellent. Okay, you've got double L here, and then it will open the sound of your E here, and it will be E. Excellent. Excellent. Excité. Passionnant. Okay, here you pronounce the double S because you've got a vowel, so it's really a strong one. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. And then here you get this en sound. Passionnant. cher. Blond, final D not pronounced. Célèbre, okay, first you get this E, then here you get the E, so célèbre, final E not really pronounced. Rapide. Favori. Final. Bien. Okay, so remember, when you get this combination of I, E, N, you get the sound yen, yen, okay, and then B. Bien. En forme. Brumeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, so you get this E and then U. Brumeux. Brumeux. Free. Final T not pronounced. Free. Amical. Effrayé. Okay, remember, double F, so you open the E, so effrayé. And here you get this frayé, effrayé. Effrayant. Final T not pronounced. Effrayant. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. You get only one S here between the vowels, so it's really this Z sound. Amusant. Amusant. Plus loin. Beau. Okay, so remember we've got this strange combination of vowels, A, U, so 3 vowels, but then phonetically it's only O. Okay, so beau. Grillé. Okay, at the end you've got this E, and then remember double L after E, y, grillé, grillé. Beau, one more time. Dur. Travailleur. Okay, remember double L, y, and then E-U-R, heure. Travailleur. Travailleur. Saint. Okay, combination of A, I, N, phonetically will give you this un pronunciation. Saint. Lourd. Final D not pronounced. Honnête. Chaud. Final D not pronounced, and then when you combine this C and H, you get the sh sound. A and U, O. Chaud. Important. Final T not pronounced. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced. Intéressé. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Gentil. So it's a strange one because here this final L is not pronounced. Okay? Gentil. Gentil. Tard. Final D not pronounced. Paresseux. Final X not pronounced. Cuire. Seul. Joli. Chanceux. Final X not pronounced. And then remember C, E, U will give you this se sound. Chanceux. Chanceux. Fou. Combination of O and U. Ou. Fou. D'âge mûr. Misérable. Okay, don't insist on the final E here. You get this bl sound at the end. Okay, misé, et because you've got this accent aigu, rable, misérable. Nécessaire. Don't insist on the final E. nécessaire. Nerveux, final X not pronounced. Nouveau, remember combination of a and u together, it's o, so you get nouveau, okay? Agréable, don't insist on the final bl, agréable, agréable. Normal. Ordinaire, don't insist on the final ordinaire. Organisé, accent aigu et organisé. Obèse, remember, accent grave est, obèse, don't insist on the final Parfait, final T not pronounced, parfait, parfait. Pauvre, A-U together will produce this O sound, pauvre. Populaire, populaire, don't insist on the final populaire. Rapide, so same thing for final don't insist on it, just pronounce this D, rapide. Silencieux, final X not pronounced, okay? This part here will be pronounced like cieux, okay? Then you get silencieux, silencieux. Prêt, final T not pronounced, accent circonflexe like that phonetically gives you the E sound, prêt. Détendu, accent aigu, et, and then en, en, détendu. Riche, final not really pronounced, so sh is the last sound, riche. Malpoli. Sûr, accent circonflexe on the top of U, sûr. Court, final T not pronounced, court. Remember, when you combine this O and U together, you get the sound OU, court. Similaire, final E not pronounced, similaire. Petit, okay, remember to pronounce this like a petit, final T not pronounced, petit. Réussi, okay, first you get this E, then U and double S, so really strong S and E. Réussi, réussi. Ensoleillé, remember double L after E, y, ensoleillé. Sûr. Talentueux, final X not pronounced, then you get this U together, then TU, tueux, talentueux, talentueux. Terrible. Terrifié. Fatigué. Okay, remember when you combine this G, U and E, you will get the G, okay? But in that case, you get the accent, so it's G, all right? Fatigué, fatigué. Fatigant, okay? Remember, when you get G and A, you don't need to put the U between, because when you combine these two letters, you get the sound G, G, so ga, okay? In that case, you get A N, so it's gant, final T not pronounced. Fatigant, fatigant. Moche. Don't insist on the final E, then you get the last sound is sh, moche. Antipathique. So remember, this H doesn't exist phonetically, so antipathique. Okay, final E, not pronounced. Antipathique. malheureux. H doesn't exist, okay, so you get mal, heureux, final X not pronounced, malheureux. Malsain, A-I-N together, it's a nasal and it's un, malsain. Méchant, final T not pronounced, then C-H, ch, chant, méchant. Inhabituel. Utile. Chaud, final D not pronounced. Venteux, final X not pronounced, then E-N, en, venteux. Pire, final E not pronounced, so R at the end, pire. Faux, okay, final X not pronounced, then you get this AU together, O, faux. Jeune, final E not pronounced, but then EU together, jeune, jeune. And that's it for this first list of adjectives. There was a mistake. I didn't want to stop because I was continuing. But there is one word in the list that is not, of course, an adjective, and it was leather. Cuir, okay, so probably you did correct that on your own, but then I didn't want to stop because I was in a good mood. Okay, if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. And we'll see approximately 100 adjectives in the following lesson. So the idea is to give you as many adjectives as possible at this time of your learning process, because I think it's important now. Okay, so we'll start right now. Accidentel. Vivant, final T not pronounced, vivant. Ancien, remember, A-N, ancien, ancien. En colère, accent grave like that, here you pronounce it est, colère, en colère. Large, don't insist on the final E, large. Pieds nus, so final S here and then final S here is not pronounced, and then when you get this combination here, it's ye, pieds, okay, so you don't hear the D. Pieds nus. Bas, final S not pronounced. Génial. Décontracté. Okay, so you've got accent aigu here and here, so it's E. Décontracté. Okay, décontracté. En céramique. Okay, so remember this Q-U-E here will give you the sound K. Okay. Céramique, because you don't insist on the final E, céramique, all right? En céramique. Classique, okay, so exactly the same thing, you don't insist on the final E, so you get K as the last sound, classique. Côtier, okay, so here you get this O, accent circumflex, you tend to insist a little bit more on it, so it's a bit lower, co. Okay, côtier, okay, I-E-R here, ye, côtier. Froid, final D not pronounced, froid. Commun, okay, U-N-1, commun. Confiant, final D not pronounced, so I-A-N, yan, fiant, confiant. Cruel. Okay, remember, cruel. Dangereux. Final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this here. Okay, so you get dangereux. Dangereux. Mort. Final T not pronounced. O-R, or. Mort. Décorer. Okay, so E accent aigu, E accent aigu, E. Décorer. Décorer. Profond. Final D not pronounced. O-N, on. Profond. Individuel. Spectaculaire. Okay, so don't insist on the final E. So, l'air spectaculaire. Spectaculaire. Tôt. Okay, final D not pronounced, and then this O accent circumflex is a bit stronger than normally. So, tôt, tôt, tôt. Âgé. Okay, accent aigu here. Et âgé, âgé. Électronique. Okay, so as we saw previously, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, électronique. 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 Méchant. Final T not pronounced. C-H together, sh. Méchant. Méchant. Excellent. Remember, double L and E before, it will open the E. So, excellent. Excellent. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. Passionnant. Cher. À la mode. Final E not pronounced. À la mode. Rapide. Final E not pronounced, so rapide. Rapide. En forme. Final E not pronounced. En forme. Évaser. Remember, one S between two vowels. Z. Évaser. Courant. Final T not pronounced. A-N. En. Courant. Folk. Fragile. Okay, final E not pronounced, and then when you get this G and I, J. Gilles. Fragile. Amical. Effrayant. Okay, so final T not pronounced, and then you get effrayant. Okay, effrayant. Gelé. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. Content. Final T not pronounced, so E-N, en as well. Content. Content. Amical. Dur. Utile. Final E not pronounced, so utile. Horrible. Okay, remember we don't pronounce H here. Horrible. Immense. Final E not pronounced. Immense. Important. So final T not pronounced. And then remember, you've got this EM, and after that it's a consonant, so it is here nasal. Important. Important. Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Indépendant. Indépendant. Informel. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced, so G-E-N, Jean, okay? Intelligent. Double L, it opens the pronunciation of your E, so it's E. Intelligent. Intéressant. Double S, same thing here. S, strong, and it opens the pronunciation of your E. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Humain, remember, H is not pronounced, A-I-N, un. humain. En direct. Logique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Logique. Bas, final S not pronounced. À taille basse. Okay, so basse, final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce the double S, so S, basse. And then here you get the double L after your I, remember, I, taille, à taille basse. Chanceux, final X not pronounced, this C-E-U, ce, chanceux, chanceux. De luxe. Mathématique, remember, H doesn't exist, so mathématique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, mathématique. Médical. Mémorable, don't insist on the final E, mémorable. Négligé, okay, E accent aigu here and here, et, négligé, négligé. D'âge mûr. Minimum. Nerveux, final X not pronounced, E-U, E, V, nerveux. Bruyant, final T not pronounced, so you get bruyant, okay? Bruyant, bruyant. Hors ligne, final here not pronounced, so ligne, and then here S is not pronounced, the final one, so hors, and remember H doesn't exist, so hors ligne. En ligne, okay, so here en ligne. En plein air, all right, so you've got this air here, and then we tend to make the liaison plein air, plein air. En plein air. Douloureux, remember final X not pronounced, so you get this OU together, ou, douloureux, douloureux. Populaire, final E not pronounced, so populaire, populaire. Psychologique, okay, remember it's an exception here because you've got this C-H-O. Normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but in that case we pronounce it ko. Psychologique, remember, final Q-U-E like that, K. Psychologique. Silencieux, final X not pronounced. Radioactif. Enregistré, okay, so here final with the accent, so E, okay. T-R, E accent grave, c'est accent aigu, it's très, all right. So enregistré, okay, but then you don't really insist on this enregistré, enregistré. Détendu, okay, so E-N-en, détendu, détendu. Renouvelable, look, renouvelable, remember, bl, at the end, but then this here is not really pronounced, so renouvelable, renouvelable, okay, it's a bit tricky, I know, but try your best. Renouvelable. Romantique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, romantique. Royal, okay, so same thing with this Y, royal, royal, royal. Sûr. Effrayé. Mitoyen. Okay, same thing with the Y that went here with effrayé and royal, sorry. So, mitoyen. Mitoyen. peu profond, final D not pronounced, peu profond. Mince, ok, mince. Irrité, droit. So final T not pronounced. Stressé, okay, remember you get double S here, so you pronounce it really strong while it's between two vowels. So C, all right, and then here you get this E before the double S, so it will open the pronunciation of the E. Stressé, stressé. Stressant, okay, final T not pronounced, and then A-N-N, stressant. Fort, final T not pronounced. Réussi, okay, réussi, réussi. Bronzé, so O-N, on, and then Z, it's really pronounced like Z. Bronzé, bronzé. Superstitieux, okay, so final X not pronounced. Superstitieux. Okay, remember when we get this T after E and then E here. S. Superstitieux. Superstitieux. En mitoyenneté. Okay, so mitoyenneté. En mitoyenneté. Terrifiant. Final T not pronounced. Double R here, so it will open the pronunciation of your E, and then it will be E. Terrifiant. Résistant. Final T not pronounced. Résistant. Tropical. Sous-marin. Okay, so E-N here. Un, rein, marin. All right, and remember, sous, okay, final S not pronounced, so S-O-U, sous-marin. Utile, final E not pronounced, utile. Verbal. Visuel, remember it's E here and L, uel, visuel. So this would be a list of 120 adjectives, okay, and it will complete the whole adjective series that I wanted to introduce at this point of our learning process. Okay, so let's start now. Alarmant, final T not pronounced. Ambitieux, final X not pronounced, and then remember that you get this T, I, and then vowel, so si. Ambitieux, ambitieux. Amusé, okay, accent aigu at the end, so E, Z, amusé. En colère, okay, remember, accent grave, E, and then R, okay, you don't insist on the E. Colère, en colère. Artificiel. Athlétique, okay, remember that H doesn't exist, so athlétique, remember Q-U-E at the end, K. Athlétique, athlétique. Réveillé, okay, so accent aigu here and here, so E, and then you get E, and then double L, Y. Réveillé, réveillé. Mal payé, okay, remember when you get this Y and two vowels, so payé, payé, mal payé. Irritable, don't insist on the final E. Aveugle, same thing, final E, not really present. So aveugle, gle, aveugle. Bouillant, final T not pronounced, A and together, remember, nasal, en, okay? And then here you get bou, all right? And after that you get this yan, okay? Bouillant, bouillant. Autoritaire, so final not here. Autoritaire, autoritaire. Courageux, final X not pronounced. G-E-U together, they will give you this je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Large d'épaule, final S not pronounced. Large, final E here not pronounced. D'épaule. Enterré, okay, remember, N together, nasal, en, and then you get this double R here, and it will open the sound of the E, okay? Enterré, enterré. Épais, final S not pronounced, A-E together, épais, épais. Calme, final E not here. Stimulant, final T not pronounced, stimulant, stimulant. Circulaire, final not pronounced, I together, it's E, okay, so R, circulaire, circulaire. Raser de près, final S not pronounced, okay, so here you get the E accent grave, E, près, okay, here E accent aigu, et raser, raser de près. Confiant, okay, final T not pronounced, so O-N, on, I-A-N, ian, confiant, confiant. Attentionné, okay, at the end you get this E accent aigu, so et, a, temps, so remember, E-N, en, temps, sionné, attentionné. Contemporain, okay, so I-N at the end, un. E-M here, because it's followed by a consonant here, you get this P, so it will be a nasal, so it will be en. And here another nasal, on. Contemporain, contemporain. Condamné, okay, so it's really strange because this M here, well, technically it's not pronounced. Condamné, okay, condamné. Effrayant, okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Effrayant, effrayant. Couper court, final T not pronounced, and here you get this E accent aigu, couper court. Fâché, remember, C and H together, sh, sh, and then E, ché, fâché. Cruel, okay, U here, cruel. Actuel, actuel. Mignon, okay, here in that case, G-N-O-N, gnon, mignon. Sourd, final D not pronounced, O-U together, ou, sourd. Ferme, okay, final E not pronounced, ferme. Décoratif, okay, E accent aigu, et, décoratif, décoratif. Déprimé. Désert, okay, remember, final T not pronounced, désert, and really this z sound just because you get one S between the two vowels, okay, z, désert. Décider, okay, remember, accent aigu here and here, so et, décider, décider. Électronique. Okay, so k at the end. Remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Électronique. Électronique. Émouvant. Final T not pronounced. A and together. En. Émouvant. Émouvant. En voie d'extinction. En voie, final E not pronounced, d'extinction. Okay, remember T-I-O-N, sion. Extinction. Extinction. En voie d'extinction. Énorme. Final E not pronounced, énorme. Énorme. Entier. So remember I-E-R, ye, okay, and then the T, tier, and the nasal before, en, entier. Éternel, okay, so accent aigu, éternel, éternel. Épuisé, okay, remember you've got two accent aigu, épuisé, épuisé. Disparu. Fidèle, final E, not pronounced, so accent grave here, L, fidèle, fidèle. Fantastique, okay, Q-U-E at the end, K, okay, tic. Fantastique, fantastique. Fascinant, final T not pronounced, so you get this A-N, en, non, fascinant. Imaginaire, final E not pronounced, imaginaire, imaginaire. Étranger, you remember R at the end, so after that, well, before that, sorry, G, so étranger, étranger. Glacial. Frustré. À temps complet. A, okay, so even if you've got an accent, it doesn't change the pronunciation of your A, okay, so it's A. And then temps, okay, so in that case, it's only the nasal here that you will hear, temps, okay, because the P is not pronounced and the S is not pronounced. Temps, and then complet, okay, here a T at the end will open it, the sound of the E, so E, okay, ple, complet, complet, and then OM is nasal here, just because you get your P after that, so it's on, complet, à temps complet, à temps complet. Furieux, okay, final X not pronounced, furieux, furieux. Génétique, remember, K, génétique. Coupable, final E not pronounced, coupable, coupable. Saint, alright, so final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this A-I-N here, you get the un sound, saint, saint. Honnête, so remember, H doesn't exist, honnête. Horrifié, same thing here, you don't pronounce the H, horrifié. Exalté, okay, so here, final with the accent, so exalté. Humain, remember, H doesn't exist, so U, then A-I-N together, un, humain, humain. Hypnotique, remember, at the end, Q-E, K, tic. So H is not pronounced. Hypnotique, hypnotique. Illégal, Illogique. Remember, ik. Illogique. Ingénieux. Final X not pronounced, so I-E-U, I-E, nieux. Ingénieux. Ingénieux. Impatient. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. And then you've got this T, I and a vowel, so sien. Sien. Impatient. Impatient. Impoli. Okay, remember, I-M and then a consonant after, so nasal. Impoli. Impossible. Don't insist on the final E. Impossible. Incroyable. Okay, same thing here for the final E. Don't pronounce it. So, incroyable. 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 Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Pas cher. Informel. Insensible. Okay, final not pronounced. Insensible. Insensible. Irrégulier. Okay, remember, I-E-R at the end of your word here, it will be ye, okay? Irrégulier. Irrégulier. Irresponsable. Don't pronounce the final E. Bl, bl will be the last sound. Sable. Irresponsable. Légal. De luxe. Final E not pronounced. Insignifiant. Okay, final T not pronounced, so you've got this I-A-N, yan, so F before, fiant. Insigni, okay, remember, G-N-I, ni, ni, insignifiant, insignifiant. Mineur, E-U-R, heure, mineur, mineur. Mythique, remember, Q-U at the end, K, okay, and then Y is pronounced like I, mi, H is not pronounced, T, mythique. D'origine. Nomade. Final E not pronounced. Officiel. Paranoïaque. Okay, remember, Q-U-E, K, ac. Paranoïaque. Paranoïaque. Pacifique. Q-U-E, K, ic, pacifique. Potelé. Okay, here you don't really pronounce this E. Potelé. Potelé. Psychologique. Okay, remember at the end you've got this K. Okay, so ic, and then Y is pronounced like I. Psy. And then it's an exception here because normally we should pronounce it chaud, okay, but then we pronounce it co. Psychologique. Psychologique. Raisonnable. Remember, I together, est. Raisonnable. Distant. Final T not pronounced. Distant. Gratifiant. Same thing here. Final T not pronounced. Gratifiant. Rythmique. Remember, Y pronounced like I and then H doesn't exist. Rythmique. Rythmique. En ruine. Don't pronounce the final E. Ruine. Sacré. Accent aigu at the end. Et sacré. Autosuffisant. Final T not pronounced. Autosuffisant. Autosuffisant. Censé. Final E, accent aigu, et. Censé. Sensible. Okay. final e not pronounced, bl will be the last sound, sensible. Similaire, so final e not pronounced, okay, similaire. Mince, final e not pronounced, en together, un, mince. Lisse, double S here, so it's really a strong S, lisse, okay, don't insist on the final E, lisse. Stressant, final T not pronounced, en together, en, and then double S, sans, and it will open the pronunciation of your E, so E. Stressant, stressant. Chic, okay, you pronounce the final C, and then CH together, sh, chic. De banlieue, okay, final E not pronounced, so IEU, IE, L, lieu, banlieue, de banlieue. Très petit, final T not pronounced, and then E is pronounced like a E, petit, très petit. Here, final S doesn't exist, it's not pronounced. Très petit, très petit. Traditionnel, okay, so you get double N here, traditionnel. Honnel, honnel, traditionnel. Transatlantique, okay, so at the end, tic, remember QUE, okay. Transatlantique, transatlantique. Tribal, tropical. Sans peur, okay, pronounce the final R, E-U-R, heure, peur. Sans peur, don't pronounce the final S here. Sans peur. Inconfortable, okay, don't pronounce final E. Table, inconfortable. Inconfortable. Au chômage. Remember, CH together, ch, chaud, chômage, au chômage. Malchanceux, final X not pronounced, CEU, ce, malchanceux, malchanceux. Peu utile, final E not pronounced, peu utile. Désagréable, final E not pronounced, bl at the end, désagréable, désagréable. Peu réaliste, don't insist on the final E, peu réaliste. Intact, intact. Peu sûr. Affecté. Ondulé. Riche. Okay, remember, C-H-E, sh. So, sh normally, but then you don't insist on the final E, so sh. Riche. Solide. Same thing here, don't insist on the final E. Solide. Bien payé. Okay, remember, final E accent aigu, et, okay. Payé. Payé. Alright? Payé. And then I-E-N, yen. Bien payé. Bien payé. Les prépositions avec les articles. So it will be, actually it will be the first step into this big thing that we will do concerning the preposition, les prépositions, because it's quite important in French. And then I thought it might be important to, well, work on them at this point of our learning process. Okay, so first here in this video we'll work on a and then de, and especially when you combine these two prepositions with articles. So we'll see first the indefinite, so les articles indéfinis, un, une, des, okay? And after that, we'll see les articles définis, le, la, les, okay? And especially we'll concentrate on the way these prepositions will react in a way when they are combined with these articles, okay? So the first one that we will discover together will be a, okay? And so we'll see avec les articles définis. So remember, les articles définis, it would be translated in English as a something, okay? But then in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, so it's un, the feminine form, it's une, and the plural form, it's des, okay? So let's see now. I've been making few examples. So I did take this parler verb to talk because it's quite interesting. You can use it with the preposition a to talk to, okay? And it's also possible to use it with the preposition de to talk about something, okay? So that's the reason why I wanted to use this verb, just to show you that, well, basically it's possible to use two prepositions if you want to express something different, and then just to see how it will change if you put an article after that. So the first sentence, je parle à un homme, okay? Un homme, a man. Je parle à un homme, okay? I talk to a man. So in that case, what you can see is that you keep your preposition à here right after the verb, and then you put your article and basically nothing happens, okay? Je parle à un homme. So let's see an example with the feminine. Je parle à une femme. Okay, une femme, a woman. Je parle à une femme. Same thing here. Nothing happens. So it's actually quite easy. And then have a look here. Je parle à des amis. All right. Je parle à des amis. Same thing here. You've got your preposition and then you've got the article. So un masculin, une, des. Okay, so the good news is that if you use this preposition à and after that you put this article indéfini, un, une, des, nothing will happen. No modification, no changes, you just keep them like that. Okay, let's see now if you want to put this article défini. Okay, remember article défini, if you want to translate that in English, it would be the something, okay? But then, as usual in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form, le, the feminine form, la, and the plural form, les. Okay, so remember, masculine, le, feminine, la, and then the plural, les. Okay, so let's have a look now. If we keep, well, the same verb, as I said, you know, je parle, parler, to talk, and in that case, you can have a look and you can see that it's been changing a little bit, okay? So, a plus le will become o, like that. You write it au, you pronounce it o, okay? Je parle au directeur. Directeur, translation, director, okay? Je parle au directeur. Let's see the feminine form. Je parle à la directrice, okay? Directrice, director, but the feminine form, okay? Je parle à la directrice. So here you can see that, well, nothing happens, so you still have your preposition à, and then you've got your article here, okay? So nothing changes when you get the feminine form. And let's see the plural form now. So you've got the directors, so it's the plural form. Je parle au directeur. Okay, so you can see that here you combine a plus les and you will get this aux, okay, and then phonetically you produce it or you pronounce it o. Okay, so here o, masculine form, plural form o as well. And for your information, it could be, so I did put this directeur here, okay, it could be directrice, so it could be the feminine plural. It wouldn't change anything because it will be still this o, okay, so it will be for the masculine or the feminine plural, it will be aux, o. All right, so je parle au directeur, so here for the masculine, je parle à la directrice, here for the feminine. Je parle au directeur for the plural. All right, so if we want to make it clear, then we can say that a plus le will become o. Okay, then a plus la, well, will stay the same, a la, it doesn't change at all. And then a plus les will become o, a-u-x, but then remember that phonetically it's o. Okay, so that's the main thing that you should remember if we talk about this preposition a combined with the article, les articles définis here. Okay? And now let's have a look at de. So exactly the same thing, we'll see how de will react. So first, avec les articles indéfinis. Okay, so un, une, and then des. All right. So I took this parler again. Okay, so, but that, keep in mind that if we've got this parler and then we use the preposition de, then it's to talk about something. All right. So here, je parle d'un homme. All right. So normally we should have here de un homme, but well, as you know, we've been seeing that quite often now. It's not a new thing. Remember that here will disappear, and then you will put this little apostrophe, d'un homme. Okay, je parle d'un homme. All right, but then the thing is that no major modification will be done because you just keep your de. Well, the needs to disappear, but then still you've got your article. Okay? Je parle d'une personne. Okay? Une personne, a person. Je parle d'une personne. So exactly the same thing here. Nothing major happens, only this disappear, but then that's the only thing that you should remember to do if you want to combine the two. All right? The tricky thing is here when you want to combine de and des, all right? Just because we think that it would sound strange to have this de, des, roman, okay? So the thing that will disappear will be the article, okay? So that's the reason why we get this je parle de roman, all right? So in that case, des will be taken away, all right? So remember, de plus un will become d'un. De plus une will become d'une. De plus des will become de. Okay, so we will have to take this des away. All right, so let's see now how it will work if we combine it with les articles définis. So le, la, and les. Okay, as we saw previously. Let's see now the examples. The first one, je parle du voisin. Voisin, here it's the masculine form of the neighbor. Le voisin, okay, the neighbor. And what you can see here is, well, the result of the combination of de plus le, okay? It will become du, okay, for the masculine form. Je parle du voisin, okay? So I talk about the neighbor. So let's see now how it will go. So I kept this neighbor, but then here it's the feminine form, so it's la voisine, all right? And what you can see here, je parle de la voisine, well, it will stay the same. So you keep your preposition, de, and then you put your article, la, and you put your name, or your word, sorry, voisine, okay? Je parle de la voisine. Nothing happens here. And it's a good thing. And then for the plural, as we had for a, remember, well, for the masculine singular and the plural, changes will happen. So, je parle des voisins. Here we've got the plural form of voisins, so neighbors, all right? Je parle des voisins. So remember, masculine, du, feminine, de la, and then the plural form. Plural, whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, okay? So, des, okay? So, let's write it like that. De plus le will become du. De plus la will stay the same. Nothing happens. De la. And then de plus les will become des. La préposition a. Okay, so in the previous lesson, I've been introducing the modification of this preposition a when it's combined with articles. Okay, so I would definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't. And then in that lesson, we'll discover, well, the different uses of la préposition a. And you'll see that it's a long video. Why? Just because a could mean or could be translated in English with at, in, to, and then I explain you the reason why we've got this second to here, because it will be the from something to something. Okay, so that's the main reason why we've got the two to-dos. And then it could be translated with on, and then other meanings and other uses of this preposition a. Okay, so we'll start with at, if that's okay with you. And so, few examples. The first one, so if you want to translate it with this at, would be il reste à la maison. Rester is to stay, okay? And in that case, we would construct it with a, okay? Il reste, he stays, à la maison, at home, okay? Il reste à la maison. Second example, we could use this conduire, okay? Conduire is to drive, and then when you want to introduce the speed, okay, in that case it's 40 km/h, then you would use this à, okay? So at 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h, okay? And then the last example we could have for this at, it's for the price, like here, à 10 euros. Le prix, the price, est fixé, okay, à 10 euros. Okay, so in that case, it would be translated by this at, but then in that case, well, here, we would use this à in French. Okay, so, il reste à la maison. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Le prix est fixé à 10 euros. Okay, so if you want to express this at concept for these situations, then you will have to use this preposition à. Okay, so let's see now the second category we will have, and it will be this in concept. So the first one, mon frère est au lit. Okay, mon frère, my brother, is au lit, in bed. Lit is bed. Okay, mon frère est au lit. Second example, il est à la campagne. Campagne, country, countryside, okay? Il est à la campagne. Alright, so in that case, it will be used, we will use this preposition à, okay? And then the last one, so if you want to introduce a town, okay, you want to use this habiter, habiter is to live, okay? J'habite à Paris. Alright, you can see we don't put any articles, just the name of the town. J'habite, I live in Paris. J'habite à Paris. Alright, so mon frère est au lit. Il est à la campagne. J'habite à Paris. Okay, so if you want to, well, translate this in concept that would be in English, then it should be à with, as we saw the combination with the articles, if needed, and the modification, au lit, à la campagne, à Paris. All right, let's see another use of à, and it would be to. Few examples. Je rentre à la maison. Okay, so in that case, rentrer, it's to go back. All right, so je rentre à la maison. And when we want to introduce this concept, then we should use this à la maison. Je rentre à la maison. Second thing, nous allons, allons is to, aller is to go, okay, à Marseille. Nous allons à Marseille. Okay, so we go to, all right, so in that case you should use this preposition à. All right? Then, il donne un conseil, okay? Donner is to give, un conseil, an advice. Okay, so he gives an advice. À sa fille, his daughter. So in that case, to his daughter, you should use also this preposition à. Okay, so je rentre à la maison. Nous allons à Marseille. Il donne un conseil à sa fille. All right? And so now, whoops, we'll see the second use of this to, okay, but when it's combined with the preposition de, like here. So de would be from, and then you put something, and a will be the to. All right, so je travaille, travailler is to work, de, so from, 8 heures à 17 heures. Okay, so it's really the from to. Okay, so in this example, it's quite traditional, quite classic, because we introduce the hours or the time. Okay, so from to. Let's see another example now. Il sera, remember, sera, it's to be, but the future form. Il sera en France du 15 juin. Okay, so here you've got a date, and if you look carefully, you've got this du. So it does mean that normally you should put the article le 15 juin, and that's the reason why we've been combining the two, and it becomes du. Okay, we've been seeing that in a previous lesson, so if it's not clear, watch it. Du 15 juin au, same thing here, we've got the preposition à, but then combined with the same article, so le, okay, and it will become au 22 juillet. All right, so in that situation, you can see that it's exactly the same concept, but as we use the articles, then we've got to modify the prepositions. Okay, so il sera en France du 15 juin au 22 juillet. And the last example that we can have, ce train, this train, okay, va, so goes, de Rennes à Paris. Okay, and in that case, we just put the name of the towns, okay, de Rennes à Paris. But then in that case, so whether it's à 17 heures au 22 juillet à Paris, so the concept is it's this to, okay, but then it is combined with de, and then remember de with the articles, and it will change, so in that case it would be du. All right? Another possibility would be the concept of this on. Okay, so let's see a few examples here. Ce film, this movie, est à la télé. Okay, on TV, à la télé. Okay, we've got this à here and then la télé. So télé, of course, it's for télévision. Okay, but in most of the cases, we don't use in French this télévision, the full word. We just use this télé word. Okay, ce film est à la télé. Second example, mon ami, my friend, habite, habiter is to live, au, so same thing here, you've got this preposition, but it's combined with le, so it becomes au, and then cinquième étage, cinquième, fifth, and then étage, floor. So in that case, you want to say that your friend is living on the 5th floor, okay? And in that case, we get to use this a preposition. Third example, il y a une horloge, okay, a clock, au mur, okay, so same thing here, okay, le mur, the wall, okay, but then we combine a and le and it becomes au, okay, au mur. Il y a une horloge au mur. So let's read them one more time. Ce film est à la télé. Mon ami habite au 5e étage. Il y a une horloge au mur. All right. And now let's see all the others possibilities that we've got. Okay. So with verbs, because some verbs, and it's only examples here because we've got many verbs that will require this preposition à, okay? So parler, parler à, to talk to, penser à, okay, to think about someone or something. Arriver à, okay, to succeed, to do something, okay. So in that case, you should use this preposition à with these verbs, okay. You will see that normally the way students do is that they will remember these prepositions and the combination of verbs and preposition little by little. So when you will encounter a new verb with a preposition, the idea is to try to write it or to try to memorize it, and that's the way it will go. Okay, so same thing, you can combine this preposition à with adjectives. For instance, interdit à, or then prêt à. Interdit, it's forbidden. Prêt, ready. Okay, so in that case, you should combine these adjectives with the preposition à. Okay, so it's possible to use this preposition à when you want to express or to tell how it is done. Okay, so for instance, when you want to say that it's been done, it's been machine done, or handmade, yeah, you use this fait. So faire is to do, okay, but then in that case it would be done, okay. À la machine, fait à la main. All right. Second use, when you want to use this travel concept. So venir is to come, okay. So if you want to say that, to come by something, okay. Here it's pied, foot, vélo, and then motorbike, okay. So the concept in French is that if you're not inside, so like a car, a train, tramway, subway, so if you're not inside, then normally the concept would be to use this preposition à, okay, when you want to use this come, go, okay, by. So you should use this à preposition, okay, but then keep in mind that in many cases French people tend to use, when it comes to vélo, moto, well, you can listen and you can hear quite many times this en instead of à. Not really for pied, because French people will still use this à pied, okay, because it's like a common expression, but still for vélo and moto, many persons will use this en, okay. Officially it should be a mistake, but then many persons are using it, so just be ready and try to remember that it's possible that you will hear this en vélo and then en moto, okay. If you want to describe something, okay, so for instance, la personne au manteau vert, okay, so in that case you want to say that this is the person who is wearing the green jacket, okay, au manteau vert, so in that case it's always the same, so a and le combine, and it will become o. Or then, you know, in that case it can be red hair, okay, so cheveux roux, so in that case it's the plural, okay, a plus le, and it will become o, like that. But it's quite common to use this a, okay, and then you want to describe a person. So it's also quite commonly used if you want to talk about food. For instance, un gâteau au chocolat. All right. So un gâteau au chocolat, same thing here. À le, okay, un gâteau au chocolat. Or then un croissant aux amandes. Un croissant aux amandes. So gâteau, cake, chocolat, chocolate. Croissant, it's this classical French pastry. And then amande, almonds. Okay. And then the use, so for instance, if you want to make a difference between, because une cuillère it's a spoon, okay, so coffee spoon will be une cuillère à café, all right, so in that case we've got to use this preposition à as well, or then une machine à laver, washing machine, so une machine à laver. Another option would be the owner, so if you want to say la maison, so the house, est à mon frère, okay, so belongs to my brother, so in that case we use this être, to be, okay, and then à here, mon frère, my brother, okay, or then you could say ce chien, this dog, is mine, so est is à moi, so it's possible like we've been seeing here, to put a noun after, or then you could put a pronoun, like here, à moi, or then you could put the name of the person. C'est à Eric, okay, does it belong to Eric? C'est à Eric, so it's a question in that case, all right? So it's quite commonly used, this à, when you want to say that the person is owning the thing, okay? And then the time, so if you want to use this rendezvous, so let's meet à 20 heures, okay? So in that case, you should use this à, and then you put the time, à 8 heures du matin, for instance. The pain. Normally, we've got this expression. So when you say that, when you want to say that, well, you've got an ache, something somewhere in your body. So avoir mal and then à, all right? And then you will combine it with the article. So ventre would be like stomach. Okay, so stomach ache would be avoir mal au ventre. So obviously this au is a plus le. So that's the reason why it's like that. Okay, ventre is masculine. So if it's tête, la tête, head, headache, à la tête. Okay, so same structure, avoir mal à la tête. And then, in that case, pied, foot, au pied. Okay, avoir mal au pied. Okay, so in that case, you get the plural form. And the last thing that we'll use this preposition à for, it's when you want to say goodbye. So if you notice that probably we say à demain, so see you tomorrow, à demain, à bientôt, bientôt soon, see you soon, à tout à l'heure, so it's in a few minutes or in a while, à tout à l'heure, okay? À demain, à bientôt, à tout à l'heure. So in that case, you should definitely use this preposition à if you want to say these things. La préposition de, okay, so in the previous lesson it was la préposition à, and the lesson before it was the combination of these two prepositions when you've got articles after. So if you didn't watch them, please do, it will be more easy for you. So let's start now. La préposition de, so we'll see the different uses that we can have of this preposition de, and especially the meaning in English. Okay, so the first use that we could have or we could spot for this preposition de is the partitive. So in French, partitif. Okay, so a few examples here. Il boit du café. Okay, boire is to drink, du café, café, coffee, and then here, well, we've got the partitive form, so it's some coffee. Okay, and then remember that we've got the preposition de, but then when it's combined with this le, it becomes du. Okay, that's the partitive form. Il boit du café. And then other example, sorry. Second example, elle prend de la salade. Okay, prendre is to take, de la salade, some salad. Okay, so elle prend de la salade. Okay, first use of this preposition de, it's this partitive concept. All right. Second use will be the translation of from in English. Okay, so a few examples. Je viens de Paris. Venir is to come. I come from Paris. Okay, so in that case, really this de would be translated with from. Okay, un appel. So appel is a call. De ma mère, from my mother. Okay, so it's exactly this from concept in English. Okay, so let's see now another possibility. When you want to introduce this belonging concept, okay, then usually you should use this preposition de, like here, l'ordinateur de Samuel. Okay, so with this structure, you want to say that l'ordinateur, the computer, belongs to Samuel. All right, so in that case, you should use this de. So it's quite simple because you just put the word, well, the noun, and after that you put this de and the name of the person. Okay, it could be also like here, la voiture, the car of the neighbor. In that case, yeah, du voisin. Voisin is the neighbor. Okay, and then, well, in that case, if you look carefully, you've got the preposition de combined with the article le, the neighbor. Okay, and it becomes du. All right. Other possibility, l'ami, the friend, de mon père, okay? My father, of my father. So it's really this belonging, something or someone is belonging in a way to something or someone as well. Okay, so l'ordinateur de Samuel, la voiture du voisin, l'ami de mon père. Okay, so let's see now another possibility of the use of la préposition de when you want to introduce this containing concept. Like here, for instance, une boîte, a box, de chocolat. Okay, so inside the box you've got chocolates, okay, and then une boîte de chocolat. Okay, so the use of de in that case it's quite clear. It's just because les chocolats sont contenus dans la boîte. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, bottle of water. Okay, and so in that case you should use this de. Okay, but then obviously because you've got first here a vowel. Okay, they don't really get along. So as usual in French, disappear and you get this apostrophe. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, une bouteille, bottle, eau, water. A bottle of water. Une boîte de chocolat. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, so in that case, definitely you should use this preposition de. Okay. So if you want to introduce the fact that it's made of something, then for instance here, un rideau. So rideau is curtain, and then de lin. Lin is linen. Un rideau de lin. Okay. Second example, une chaise, a chair, de bois. Bois is wood, of wood. Okay, so in that case, un rideau de lin, une chaise de bois. So when you want to introduce the fact that these things are made of something, then you will have to use this preposition de. Okay? And then the use. For instance, here, une station de métro. Une station de métro. Other possibility, une place de parking. Yeah, sorry about that, but well, French people tend to use this parking as well. So I know it's coming from English, but still you should pronounce it the French way. Parking. Une place de parking. Okay, and the last one, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, enregistrement is recording. Un studio d'enregistrement. So as you can see in that case, as usual in French, as we saw previously, we've got this de, but then as enregistrement is starting with a vowel, then needs to go away. Okay, so une station de métro, une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, so that's this use concept. So what you use these things for. Okay, so une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Normally we tend to use as well this preposition de when we combine or when we use these superlatives things. So for instance here, le plus beau film de tous les temps, of all time. Okay, so le plus beau, okay, most beautiful, beau is beautiful, film, movie, de tous les temps, of all times. Le plus beau film de tous les temps. Okay, and then la plus grande, big, avenue du monde. And in that case, you can see that you combine this de and then the article le monde, the world, okay? De le becomes du, okay? So du monde, of the world. La plus grande avenue du monde. Okay, so for all these superlatives constructions, then remember you will have to use this preposition de, okay? De tous les temps, du monde. And so keep in mind that it's also possible to combine, and some adjectives will require this preposition de, as we had previously. Some adjectives will require the preposition a, okay, and it will be exactly the same with the de. So for instance, étonné, astonished, then we put de, okay. Content, happy, de. Désolé, sorry, de. Okay, so as I said, and it will come after that for the verbs, try to remember them when you encounter them or when you read them. Okay, that's the only way to really remember them. So, and for the verbs, exactly the same thing. So, parler de, remember we had the example with parler. So, parler à, to talk to. Parler de, to talk about something. So, parler de, for instance. S'excuser de, okay, to excuse oneself, s'excuser. Promettre, to promise, de. Okay, so these verbs will be constructed with the preposition de. La préposition en. Okay, so remember, previous lesson we saw la préposition de, the lesson before it was la préposition a, and in the next lesson we'll discover, well, quite many other prepositions. Okay, so let's start with la préposition en right now. So la préposition en can be used to express this to concept in English. For instance, je vais en ville, okay, aller is to go, and then ville is town, okay, so je vais en ville, or then nous voyageons, voyager is to travel, en Espagne, Spain. Okay, so in that case, when you want to, well, express this to concept in English, in many cases we'll use this en preposition, okay. Other use could be this in, for instance, j'habite en Finlande. Habiter is to live, okay, I live in Finland. J'habite en Finlande. Je fais l'exercice en 5 minutes, okay, so I do, okay, faire is to do, l'exercice, the exercise, in 5 minutes. Okay, so in that case, and it's quite important, when you use this in, so en here, it will mean the time you need to make the exercise. Okay, so you don't want to express that you will do that in 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes, but really if you use this preposition en, in that case it is to express the time that you need to make this exercise. All right, so in, like that, en Finlande, and then en 5 minutes. Let's see now for the countries. So in many cases we'll have, so as we saw in a previous lesson, we've got the difference for the countries between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural countries. Okay, so in many cases when the country is ending with this vowel en here, okay, sorry, and here, it will mean that it is feminine. Okay, we've got exceptions, of course, because French language is quite tricky, so we've got exceptions like Mexique, for instance, it's masculine, okay, but in many cases it will mean that it's feminine. If it's feminine, then you will have to use this preposition en if you want to express this in concept. Okay, en France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, and now we'll read it with the liaison if needed. En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, so if you want to express this in with countries and only feminine countries, then you should use this en preposition. Okay, and then when we're talking about the seasons, well, we've got 4 seasons, and as usual in French, we need to have one exception, okay? But then for the 3 others, it will be en, okay? En été, so in summer, été is summer. Then en automne, okay, autumn. And then en hiver, okay, make the little liaison here. En hiver, hiver is winter. Au printemps, okay, so keep in mind that for printemps, you will have to use au and not en, okay? And then printemps is spring, okay? En été, en automne, en hiver, au printemps, all right? Another use of this preposition en is to express the mean of transports. And then if you want to say I'm coming with my car, by car, okay, in French we will use this preposition en, okay. Je viens, venir is to come, je viens, I come, okay, by car, en voiture. Tu voyages en train. Okay, and well, we saw in the lesson when we saw this preposition a, we saw that for pied, for instance, foot, and then we saw that motorcycle, moto, and then bicycle, vélo. In these cases, we use the preposition a. Okay, but then keep in mind that, well, let's say that the main difference is if you want to use this en preposition, normally we tend to use it if we express or if we introduce after that mean of transport that will mean that you will be inside it. Okay, so you are inside the car, you are inside the train. If it would be a metro, it would be exactly the same. If it would be a tram, it would be exactly the same. You would use this en just because you are inside. Okay, so that's the reason why we make, well, the difference between en and then a. Okay, so you will use this a if you're talking bicycle or motorbike, or then by foot, of course. Okay, but then for this voiture, train, you will use this en. Okay, I hope it was clear. Other use is the languages. Okay, so for instance, il parle en espagnol. Parler is to talk, okay, or to speak. He speaks in Spanish, en espagnol. Or then, ce livre, this book, est en anglais. This book is in English, okay, en anglais. Other use is when you want to introduce the material it is something is made of, okay, so for instance, une montre, montre is a watch, une montre en or, okay, so gold, or, okay, so if you want to say that this watch is made of gold, then une montre en or. Un bateau en plastique. Bateau, it's a boat, and then plastic is plastic, so un bateau en plastique. If you want to express the situation you are in, okay, so for instance, to be late, être en retard, être en retard, okay, and then the other option here, être en avance, all right, so if you're coming earlier, then être en avance. Être en vacances, to be on holiday, so être en vacances. So in all these situations, like en retard, en vacances, en avance, we will use this preposition en, okay? And then maybe the last use that I wanted to introduce is what we call the gérondif. So it's a bit tricky because we didn't yet see this participe présent. It will come soon, don't worry. But then I just wanted to be honest with you and introduce it, even if we didn't see yet the participe présent. So we will construct this gérondif. So the meaning of the gérondif is when you want to introduce two actions. So we would say action simultanée, so technically two actions that take place at the same time, okay? And the way we construct that is, well, of course, because it's the lesson, so the preposition, la préposition en, and then after that you will put this participe présent form that you don't know yet how to make, but we'll see that in a coming lesson, okay? But then I will make, anyway, an example. And this is the example. Je téléphone. Okay, so in the first sentence or in the first part of the sentence, you say je téléphone. Téléphone is to call. Okay, and then we have here our gérondif form. So first you've got your preposition en, and then you get your participe présent form. So marchant. Okay, and if you look carefully, it's coming from the verb marcher. Marcher is to walk. Okay. Dans la rue. Alright, so je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. So in that structure, you want to introduce the fact that you are making a phone call, you are calling someone, and at the same time you are walking in the street. Okay? Je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. All right? So that's the technique we've got to express two actions that take place at the same time. It's this gérondif, okay? And then we construct this gérondif with the preposition en, okay? Les prépositions, so just to remind you, we've been seeing first in the previous lesson la préposition en, then before la préposition de, and even before la préposition à, and in this video, we'll see not the rest, of course, of all the prepositions, but the main prepositions that we will have in French language. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one that we'll see is pour, and pour means for. Okay, so we'll see two examples here. Ce café est pour vous. Okay, so ce café, this coffee, is pour, for, vous, you. Ce café est pour vous. Second example, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, so remember here we've got this conditional form. So I would like to, louer means to rent, cette voiture, this car, pour 2 jours, for 2 days. Okay, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, second preposition or next one, sans, and it means without. Okay, so two examples. Elle voyage sans ses valises. Voyager is to travel, so she travels, sans, without, ses valises, her luggages. Il vient sans son chien. Venir here is to come, so he comes, sans, without, son chien, his dog. Okay? Après, you can translate it by after, okay? And then, je viens après la réunion. Venir is to come. Je viens, I come, après, after, la réunion, the meeting. Je viens après la réunion, okay? Then, avant means before. Il arrive avant toi. Arriver, to arrive, he arrives, avant, before, toi, you. Remember, this is what we call this pronom tonique, okay, so it's you. Depuis means since or for, okay, examples. Nous vivons ici depuis 2011, okay. Nous vivons, vivre is to live, nous vivons, we live, ici, here, depuis, since, and then you put 2011, you just put the year. Okay? So assuming the fact that we are still now in 2012, so 2012, we could use this sentence as well. Nous vivons ici depuis 1 an. Okay? So in that case, you can use this depuis as well, and then you will introduce 1 an, just because we've been arriving in 2011, and we are now in 2012. Okay, so depuis 1 an. Derrière means behind. Okay, so the example could be le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Le ballon, the ball, est is derrière, behind l'arbre, the tree. Okay, un arbre, a tree. Le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Then after that, we can see devant. Devant means in front of. Okay, in front of. And then the example could be mon collègue, my colleague, est assis, is seated, devant le directeur. Le directeur, the director. Mon collègue est assis devant le directeur. Jusque means until. Example, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Okay? Rester is to stay, au bureau, at the office. Je reste au bureau jusqu'à, until 17h. Okay, so you can see that here it's quite interesting because normally we should have this jusque written like that, but then if you look carefully after that we've got this a, okay, another preposition, and then you remember the rule when we've got vowel and vowel, normally what happens is that this final e will go away and then we'll put apostrophe, so that's the reason why we get this jusqu'à. Okay, and then phonetically, jusqu'à. Okay, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17h. Sous means under. Simple example. Le livre est sous la table. Le livre, the book, is sous, under, la table, the table. Le livre est sous la table. Sur means on. Okay, and then we've got two examples here. L'ordinateur est sur la table. So l'ordinateur, the computer, is sur, on, la table, the table. The computer is on the table, sur here, but then remember, or keep in mind that it's also possible to use this sur if we're talking about the wall, for instance. So we could say l'affiche, so affiche is poster, l'affiche est sur le mur. Alright, so it could be for la table or any other things like that, but then as well for le mur, okay, sur le mur. Avec, so the classic one, means with. Elle parle avec son frère. Parler is to talk. Son frère, her brother. Elle parle, she talks, avec, with her brother, son frère. Elle parle avec son frère. Chez, so this one is quite interesting because if you really want to translate it, so you're talking about a place, okay, but then you're talking about someone's place, so it's the place connected to a person. So let's see a few examples now. Je suis chez moi. So if you want to say that you are at your place, then you should use this chez, okay, and then here in that case you will put this moi, so pronom tonique. Je suis chez moi. Okay, so this is the first use that you could have. Okay, if you want to introduce this chez and then use the name of someone, it's possible, like here. Nous sommes invités chez Laurent. Okay, so we are invited at Laurent's place, if you want to translate it directly. Okay, so that's the way we will use if we've got a name and we want to introduce the fact that it's at the place of this person, then it's chez. Okay, and so it will work the same way if we want to talk about, for instance, here the doctor, or then we can say le boulanger, le boucher. Normally we tend to use this chez if we're talking about whether little shops or offices, and traditionally or before, the person used to live whether above or then behind or in this place. Okay, so that's the reason why we tend to use this chez. Okay, because it is connected to the person more than to the shop itself. So, il va chez le médecin. Il va chez le médecin. Contre means against. One example. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Okay, this decision, and it's nous sommes, we are against this decision. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Dans, so you can, it means in, inside, or into. Okay, so let's see now. Alexandre est dans la voiture. Okay, Alexandre is dans, inside, in la voiture, the car. Okay. Nous entrons dans le magasin. Entrer, to enter, to go inside. Okay. Dans le magasin, the shop. Okay. Par will mean by or per. For example, une lettre envoyée par la poste. Okay? Une lettre, a letter, envoyée, sent, par la poste, by mail. Okay? So in that case, you get to use this par. Okay? It could be par courrier électronique, by email if you want. Okay? Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Okay? So in that case, it would be this per day. Okay? Par jour. Je mange, I eat, 5 fruits, fruits, et légumes, légumes is vegetables, par jour, okay? Per day. Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Pendant means during. Il dort pendant le film. Okay? Dormir is to sleep. Pendant, during, le film, the movie. Il dort pendant le film. Vers, so you don't pronounce the final S, means towards or about. Je vais vers la station de métro. Okay, so I am walking in that case because I used to say je vais, so I'm sorry, it's aller, okay? Je vais vers la station de métro, so I go, so you can walk or maybe you could drive, in fact, but then je vais, I go towards, donc la station de métro. Okay, or then it would be possible to use it as well if you get this sentence. Nous avons rendez-vous vers 15 heures. Okay, nous avons rendez-vous. So avoir rendez-vous, it's when you have a meeting. Okay, so avoir, to have, and then rendez-vous. Remember that in French it's not romantic at all. You know, you can have a rendezvous at your dentist, for instance. So it's like we have meeting vers, around, about, okay, 15 heures, okay? So you just want to say that it's not, you know, 15 heures précises, okay, but it's about or around. Voici could be translated with this is, okay? So, and we tend to use it quite often if we introduce persons. So, voici mon ami Frédéric. And then normally, you know, it goes with voilà, okay? And then voilà will mean there is, okay? So, I did make this little example, so I took back this. Voici mon ami Frédéric et voilà mon ami Arnaud. Okay, so voilà normally will come after voici. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll see together les temps composés. So we won't discover them because I thought it might be useful to take the time to review what we saw so far, especially when we're talking about les temps composés, so all these tenses that are composed tenses, okay? So, and so far we've been seeing first le passé composé, then we saw le plus que parfait, after that came le futur antérieur, and finally we saw le conditionnel passé. And so the common thing that we have between all these tenses is that they are composed, okay? So they will be constructed the same way, but then of course few things will change. Obviously the first part that we've got to use, avoir and être, will change, but then the rest, construction with the participe passé, will be the same, okay? So we'll first start with the passé composé, okay? So, and if you remember, the rule was that first we will use avoir. So if you're not really sure, if you don't remember if the verb requires être or not, then put avoir. Avoir should be at the present form. Then you will put your participe passé form, and you will get this passé composé. Okay. Remember that in some cases, but we're talking about exceptions or reflexive verbs, you know, these se, blah, blah, blah. So you will have to use être and at the present tense as well, plus le participe passé, and you will get this passé composé. Okay? So Of course, it looks simple like that, but then in some cases, and especially after learning so many things, maybe you don't really remember the conjugation of avoir and être at the present tense. So we'll take the time to review that one more time. So remember, avoir at the present tense goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so j'ai, tu as, final S not pronounced, il a, elle a, nous avons, final S not pronounced, and then we make this little link between the two, nous avons, vous avez, a Z at the end will produce this E sound, avez, little link between the two, vous avez, ils ont, okay, final T not pronounced, and then we make the liaison, ils ont, elles ont. Alright, so this is for avoir at the present tense. And now être at the present tense, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so je suis, final S not pronounced, tu es, okay, so it's quite strange because you get this ES, but then phonetically it's est, alright, quite open, tu es. Il est, exactly the same sound as we had previously, okay, so just remember that you write it like that, but then phonetically it goes like est, elle est. Nous sommes, final S not pronounced. Vous êtes, little liaison to between the two, and then final S not pronounced. Ils sont, final T not pronounced. Elles sont. Alright? So that's the main thing you should remember. Of course, the participe passé, but then we won't cover that in this lesson because I've been making a big video on that, so try to search it in the channel search engine and you will find it, okay? So let's see now, le plus que parfait. So remember, it was exactly the same rule. So first, avoir. If you're not sure, just put avoir, but avoir should be at the imparfait form. Then the participe passé, so you will get your plus que parfait, okay? And for the same exceptions, we'll have être at the imparfait form, and then the participe passé, and it will give you the plus que parfait. Okay, so for the same reasons, we will see together avoir at the imparfait and être at the imparfait, just to make sure that it's clear for you. And avoir at the imparfait will give j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, so j'avais, final S not pronounced, tu avais, final S not pronounced, il avait, final T not pronounced, elle avait. So exactly the same phonetical thing here, it's avait. Nous avions, final S not pronounced, and then little liaison, nous avions. Vous aviez, EZ at the end, et, aviez, and then liaison, vous aviez. Ils avaient, so look here, E-N-T, you write them, you don't pronounce them. So you get phonetically avait, exactly the same thing that we had here, here, and here. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that you will pronounce. But then here you make the liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, let's see how être goes. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so exactly the same rule. Remember, final S, here, here, final T, and then here, and T, you don't pronounce them. So you will get était, okay, for all these forms, okay? J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Same rule here, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, make the liaison here as well. Ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so this is the thing you should remember. Now, the other tense we saw was futur antérieur, And futur antérieur, remember, exactly the same construction, but then avoir should be conjugated at the future, the futur, and then le participe passé, and it will give you futur antérieur. Or then, for exactly the same exceptions and the same cases, you will use être, but then être should be at the future tense, plus le participe passé, and it will give you le futur antérieur. So, what we'll see exactly the same thing as we saw previously for the other tenses, or the other tenses. So we'll see the future form for avoir, and then the future form for être. Okay? And for avoir, it will go like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so have a look now. J'aurai, tu auras, final S not pronounced, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison, vous aurez, a Z at the end here, et, aurez, liaison here, vous aurez, ils auront, final T not pronounced, elles auront. Okay? And then, for être, we will get je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Okay, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, final S not pronounced, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, final S not pronounced, vous serez, a Z at the end, et serez, ils seront, final T not pronounced, elles seront. Alright, so this is the future tense for avoir and être, okay? And now the last composed tense we saw was le conditionnel passé, and so remember that le conditionnel passé will go like that. So first, as we saw previously, avoir in priority at the conditionnel présent form, then you put your participe passé and you will get your conditionnel passé. Or for the same cases as we had previously for passé composé, futur antérieur, or then plus que parfait, être, but in that case it should be at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé form. So let's see now how avoir and être are at the conditionnel présent, just to refresh your memory, and it goes like that. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced, so phonetically exactly the same form here. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this liaison, nous aurions. Vous auriez, a Z at the end, et auriez, and then the liaison, vous auriez. Ils auraient, remember, ENT, you don't pronounce it, auraient, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so this is for avoir, and then let's see, être. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Je serais, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, same thing here. Il serait, elle serait, final T not pronounced. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez, a Z at the end, et seriez. Il serait, so ENT not pronounced. Elle serait. Alright, so this is the first part that you should use when you make this conditionnel passé form, okay? That's it for les temps composés. If you've got some doubts, remember I've been making videos regarding each of these tenses, so it's possible to find them. If you want more video or other videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier is here, and then more material if you want to find other things, softwares or pictures or flashcards. Imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye.